Good morning to you, friends, and welcome to Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the Progressive Bassmaster Series 7th stop of the year. The Lake Tenkiller, Lowrance Bassmaster Elite, coming to you from the great state of Oklahoma. Our live coverage presented by TH Marine. We look forward to a big day, 8 hours of fishing to lay out for you live today. Second day of competition. We got our full field of 101 anglers out there again today, trying to do the best they can do. Had a lot of fun yesterday, watching a lot of fish catching, a lot of different ways that these anglers have of catching the fish here. And Davey Height, this was billed as a possible battle between the guys fishing the bank and fishing out deep. It was a battle between themselves because a lot of them were doing both things.
Yes, most of the anglers that we saw have success yesterday were doing both, especially in the morning. Most of them were fishing shallow, and a lot of them transitioned to the deeper water in the afternoon. One thing we found out for sure yesterday, though, is there's a lot of bass in Lake Tenkiller, but a lot of them are about the same size.
Absolutely. There's a look at the leaderboard as it stands right now. Jay Shakir coming up from 15th place all the way to the top of the leaderboard. That's significant. Jay is the leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, a race that gets more and more urgent with every passing day as we can see the end of the season from here. As a matter of fact, we'll have more on that later on today. We'll break down that race for you, but let's take you to 13,000-acre Lake Tenkiller on the Illinois River in northeast Oklahoma here. Not too far up from its confluence with the Arkansas River. This is a place we've been only one time before with the Bassmaster Elite Series, and that as a Plan B stop when we were scheduled originally to go to another body of water that was flooded. Now, water, excess of it and a lack of it, falling and rising, is a big part of the story here. Part of that is the weather. The TH Marine Weather Watch gives us 81 degrees as the high today. That's not very high for this time of year in this part of the country. That's due to the presence of course, clouds and thunderstorms, which will be around. Some of them maybe not thunderstorms, but passing showers as well. So expect a lot of different conditions. I mean, we worry about conditions not being like practice. Conditions are not going to be like day 1, 2's not going to be like day 4, and so it goes. Sometimes we have that.
Those 2%, Tommy, that aren't getting rain in this general region today, better mow their lawn because this is the only window you've got to mow your lawn.
You might want to go crank it up right. Yeah, exactly. Well, we got, as we say, 8 hours of coverage on your way today. We've got 6 anglers who will be in the boat with all day long. And let's talk about the rookie that we find in the lead as we start this day. Andrew Loberg is a rookie, and his reason for being here on the Elite Series is tied to the state of Oklahoma, an important component of his qualifying for the Bassmaster Elite Series. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but this angler who fished for Chico State, was it not? In California. As a college angler, now makes his home in Alabama. Had a sensational day yesterday.
I think that'd be badass if we get a couple on the frog. Uh-huh. Oh my gosh, dude. Shit happens.
So that's one that you can't afford to lose here. That's a well above average size fish that we saw weighed in right there.
Yeah, take a look at the, that's. Yeah, not much room for mistakes.
Come to him flipping bushes and talking about throwing a frog today, so.
Well, I hope he's not dissuaded from staying on that track a little bit. We'd like to see him try again here. But right, Davey, it's so close. The competition here is evidenced by the fact we have 26 ties among our standings. There's a clue for you how tight this one's going to be. Let's get out to an angler. Having a really good year. Better than 6 years in the Bassmaster Elite Series from Minnesota, Bob Downey.
Yes. I don't know if that's the one we just missed or not.
Okay, looking at Bob there, he's got some fishermen close by.
We just had one miss our jig, like our flipping jig, like blow it out of the water. And never felt it though, so threw back in there with a swim jig. Caught it's a 2-pounder, nice one. I don't know if it's the same fish. It was like this one was a few feet away from where that one blew up, but there's definitely some fish hanging right in this stretch for sure right now. There's a couple other guys close, so I'm trying to kind of manage this spot because I want to be the first one to hit the stuff around that corner too. Hopefully can keep these guys kind of behind us. But there's definitely shad spawning.
Guys are going to have their heads on a swivel today, not so much because of the fishing, but because of the competition. This is earlier with Bob Downey. That was fish number 3 we just saw live. This is some footage from first thing this morning.
Good look at what he's using too. They caught that third fish on a white swim jig, but he's also using a flipping jig, a brown colored flipping jig. So
Little swim jig fish.
2 of his first 3 on a white swim jig. And the one on a flipping
on the
jig.
back. That's a nice chunky. That's as fat as one as I've seen out here this week.
That one gave him the
Tommy,
lead, but Jay Shakir has filled his limit and has regained the top spot for now.
Last time we saw Bob Downey on camera with a swim jig, it was him being in the top 10 at Lake Okeechobee earlier this year.
That's right. Had a good tournament down there. Get out to Trey McKinney starting in second place. Like Jay Shakir, a big-time contender for the Angler of the Year title at this point in the season.
Gosh, bless it. Come on, buddy.
Smallmouth.
He's not that big, but they're smallmouth. They fight like crazy. Not a bad one. Just stuck it in my hand. Did not feel
Solid little
pretty.
keeper was earlier today from Trey McKinney. Also this one.
Stop it. Oh, never mind. Come on.
Talking with Trey, he said he started in the bushes yesterday, didn't have any success, and moved just a little offshore. You can see he's not out there real deep like we saw some of the anglers yesterday, but not in the bushes either.
Over to Jordan Lee, also in our top 6.
Yes. Decent start. Take something.
Little max hit creature hog. First 10 minutes. Not a giant, but a decent one. I mean, anything over 2.5 pounds. I mean, a 3-pounder is a big fish right now, but I'd say it's about a 2.5 pounder. We'll see. Yeah, 272. It's a good start. Good start, boys. Wanted to start flipping today right off the giddy.
Jordan Lee told us before the takeoff, I'm going to get bit today. I'm not worried about that. It's just what size shows up is going to be the measure of my success today. Andrew Loberg got the right size yesterday with 17 pounds, the only angler up in that region.
Oh man, my line's all wrapped up. Golly.
That was our first frogfish of the morning.
There's your frogfish. That was a cool bite. That thing crushed it. Lost a nice little toad a little bit ago. Flipping, I don't know how she came off, but it was a nice one. Just got one on a frog right here. I'll take it to start. Just gotta shake it off. Those big ones that come off, shake it off. We got all day. Tenkiller. There's some fatties in here we gotta connect. Frogfish will make you bleed. I love it.
Andrew Loberg, the rookie, looking for his first Bassmaster Elite Series win. Let's get out to a veteran, relatively a veteran, compared to Andrew, Pat Schlupper, who notched his first win last time out. We were in the state of Texas, neighboring Texas, on the Sabine River.
We got one. Keeper sized, a little skinny mini, but pound and a halfer. We got one. You want to take a smell of it? It ain't that bad. It ain't.
Everybody yesterday said, hey, we had fun out there. We caught him. I mean, this is an ideal spot if you want to come and get your line stretched. That is for sure. You just got to find some big ones in order to appear on the front page of the leaderboard. Bob Downey right now taking over that spot ahead of Jay Shakura, our leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Trey McKinney, solid third place most of yesterday. He started the day right around there. Andrew Loberg started with the lead, so just put one in the boat to get himself on the board. Jordan Lee, ditto for him, just got his first keeper. Good solid one there. Greg DePalma moving up, Randy Howell as well. Pat Schlupper fished his way into the top 10 yesterday, and Chris Johnston, closest pursuer of Jay Shakura to start the day.
Tommy DePalma has our
points.
big fish, a 3.5, and he also caught another 2+, come up from 26.
All
I
right.
think they're stripers. No, smallmouth.
Sam Bass.
Nah, it's a smallmouth, but little bitty guy. £1 pound.
There's a good view from way up top there. View of Trey McKinney's spot.
Like I said, fishing offshore, but not very far offshore. Let's put it like that.
No.
Not the bushes, just very, very close outside. You can see from that Lowrance bird's eye view that that's a shallow, flat area there that he's fishing. That lighter color is the bottom. So he's not fishing the bushes, but he's still fishing shallow.
A lot of main lake action in this particular tournament here. They're not like so many lakes of that size. There's not a ton of creeks there and little duck ends and so forth like that. It's different.
And the problem with the creeks, the guys that are fishing in those creeks, a lot of those are outside a little bit because when the water does flood those areas, those fish get where you just can't get to them. They get farther back in there. So with that water falling, it'll pull those fish out. And that's actually what some of these anglers have done to adjust to the falling water, going to the areas that you couldn't even access a few days ago, but now those fish are pulling out where you can't reach them.
You always look forward to day two to find out if they're going to replenish in certain places or not. But the conditions change so much, it's kind of hard to put all the pieces of the puzzle together.
Oh, and you were saying to Davey, some of these guys coming out to the outer edge, or you're looking for that permanent hard edge when you fish a bluff, like we saw Hank Cherry yesterday afternoon, and some of those plays, we'll see how they show up today, whether the water's fallen in those areas or risen, because it is just a sheer bluff. Some of those places may just stay status quo.
Yeah, we go to a lot of great fisheries on the Bassmaster Elite Series schedule, but it's uncommon for every angler, all 101 anglers, to bring a limit back, because you'll have issues where a few of the anglers will have some mechanical issue or something going on where they don't get the whole day to fish. But even with that, and we had a little bit of that yesterday, but even with some anglers not getting the full 8 hours to fish, everyone brought a limit to the scales.
Hard to spend a lot of time running here.
Well, that's true.
You
too.
run out of water.
That might add to the fish catching also.
That could be part of it as well. You know, when you can't catch so few of them while you're running.
Yeah.
Well, and you also think about, this is not a big body of water, so it is easily accessible and running but then you think 101 anglers on a small place, the odds of me running somewhere someone's fishing right now is high. I might as well stay put and fish more than run, because they're going to be around the next corner.
Next thing you know, you got a limit.
Yeah.
Wow, while I was fishing.
Yeah. Back to Bob Downey.
Yes. Sweet. That's a healthy one. Same spot. Heck yeah. Lift the jig right back where I caught that other one after we let it rest. Look how cool that one is. Black spots all over. That's maybe a weekend cut right there. Yeah. 2 1/4. Sweet. I think that's a minimum $5,500 6 grand fish. I like it. Baby's getting some new shoes. All right.
I wasn't going to mention the old pair of shoes in his compartment there. Since he brought shoes up.
You're right. It's fair game.
He mentions the baby, and you said how good of a season he's having right now. Tommy, last year, almost made the Classic with one event missing because of the birth of his child.
Phenomenal. Yeah.
Barely missed the Classic with just 8 events.
Gosh, this was the right decision. I caught my 4-pounder back in there further yesterday, and that's where I was going to start, but I thought, I'll just hit this point real quick. Man, that's been a good decision. Heck yeah. It's a good sign. I wasn't really sure if these areas would reload, but I think that water's stabilizing and there's enough of a little shad spawn going on that it seems like some more fish are.
Bob Downey up to 25 pounds. Got the lead there. That's a good solid start to the day. You think about the projected winning weights here, about 30 pounds for 2 days of fishing would be right in line with that.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, we got plenty more on the way after a fast start early this morning on Lake Tenkiller. Day number 2. The 2025 Lowrance Bassmaster Elite is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Well, the first visit to Lake Tenkiller, our only other visit to Lake Tenkiller for the Bassmaster Elite Series, was as a backup, a plan B. This is a planned visit here. We wanted to come here. It was impressive the last time. It was a long time ago. Yeah. Doesn't seem that long ago. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Glad you're with us today on Bassmaster Live. We got Ronnie Moore, I'm Tommy Sanders, Mike Sukon, and 2-time Progressive Angler of the Year and Classic Champion as well, Davey Height. What do you think of Lake Tenkiller? You spent time there in 2019. You were on scene. Is it exceeded
Well, one good thing, when we were there in 2019, it was a 16-inch minimum. We were there in the fall of the year, so it didn't really show its true colors, but now you can see it is loaded with fish. At one point yesterday, we were with Hank Cherry. He had a nice smallmouth, largemouth, and spotted bass in his 5-fish limit, and there's so many fish being caught. All 101 anglers brought a limit to the scales yesterday. It's obviously a very good lake.
Absolutely. And Ronnie Moore, we got Andrew Loberg with our lead to start the day. You might kind of fill us in on something. He does have a Western angler resume, but now he lives over on in Alabama, Lake Guntersville.
We have seen that blueprint work so many times. Guys like Aaron Martins, you know, you have Justin Lucas, the Mark Daniels of the world that go from the West Coast. They come to the state of Alabama, and you just have a diverse fishery background. California has taught Andrew Loberg so much through his college time in Chico State. You move to Lake Guntersville, you're an hour from Smith Lake, you've got Tennessee River connections, a lot of different fishing in his background, and that's why I had such high expectations and was shocked to see how he struggled out of the gate in Florida. He said, I really was fishing too fast. I was trying to get a limit before I got keeper one. He has now settled into it and had 3 or 4 great finishes the last couple events, and now day 1 leader here at Tenkiller.
All right, we'll talk more about him through the course of the day. And Such, it looks like our average bag's about 5 pounds bigger than it was the last outing for the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Yeah, last time, like Davey mentioned, it was fall. The cut after 2 days was just at 16 pounds. Here, you know, the weather is volatile, and so is our leaderboard. We got 2.5 pounds separating 1st to 10th and 11th to 50th, another 2.5 pounds. Somebody down even in 89th is 2.5 pounds back of that cut, and they could make it.
All right. And when I said 5 pounds bigger than last time, I meant the Sabino paper, but it kind of works in that way too.
Yeah, I mean, you said Carl Jocumsen averaged 11 pounds a day until that bag.
Yeah, absolutely.
So 17 and a half is good, and over 15 to make the top 10 even better.
Let's get back out on the lake to Andrew Loberg, our leader to start the day, who is here in the Elite Series. Big component of his campaign to get here last year, 24 as an EQ competitor, was a 2nd place finish just down the road a couple of hours at Lake Eufaula.
Little spot. Cherry's 12. Yeah. He's at least a chubby guy. He's at least a chubby dude.
Second fish for Loberg we just saw there. Let's get out to Trey McKinney.
If he got the hook in him, it looked like he had some slack line there. Yep.
Not a bad one.
Not a bad one, sir.
Not a bad one. Okay. 2.5.
Trey, one of the only anglers, I guess the only angler that I talked to that wasn't shy about saying, I kind of backed off of them mid-morning. Got a lot of places I did not even go explore yesterday that I have confidence in, so we'll see.
That ought to pep the boys up a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not saying some other anglers didn't think that, but
No.
Trey he just don't mind saying it.
No, he doesn't.
It was just he and I on the phone.
Yeah.
Tell me all your secrets, Trey. It's just me and you, buddy. We have not seen another angler who is focusing offshore, not fishing the bushes, staying this close, this shallow. Some of the anglers we have seen offshore are fishing out in 20 to 30 feet of water. Caught all his fish on a jig and a minnow style bait. We've seen both of them this morning.
Hmm.
Trey finished second place in the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic down across the border in Texas earlier this year.
Texas has treated him well. Classic runner-up, a victory last year at Fork, and then didn't win this year, but man, what a final day he put on a show. And we didn't expect anyone to challenge for the lead because there was such a big gap between some of the anglers, and he stayed in the lead for most of the morning on that final day.
Dang it. It threw it. Dude, we are catching giants. That's not even gonna
The
matter.
average size fish there at the Classic was obviously bigger, but this lake reminds me a lot of it.
I know you kind of mentioned that yesterday.
We didn't have the high water, so you didn't see as many people fishing up in the bushes because a lot of them were high and dry, but a lot of similarities.
Again, if you're just picking up with this, Lake Tenkiller is not big. It's about 13,000 acres for some scale. Think about where we were last time out at Sabine River. One little corner of that was Sabine Lake.
Yeah.
Sabine Lake's 3 times the size of Tenkiller here, so that gives you an idea.
And it's super deceiving. When you look at the map and you see how narrow the Sabine is, you're like, oh, that's just a little pond.
Oh.
But to see the size of Sabine Lake and to hear the stories about them making a right-hand turn just to skirt through the corner of it and how big the waves are and stuff at times,
It's a monster.
kind of got to go see it to believe it.
Yeah.
You fish closer to anglers when you're on a small fishery, but there's a lot of advantages. Mother Nature can really be brutal when we get on those. You heard anglers at the Sabine talking about, I don't want to go across that lake. It's so big and so rough.
You missed it.
You don't hear that here.
Bob Downey, 25 pounds, in charge early on here on day number 2. Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller. Jay Shakura off to a quick start as well. Trey McKinney's not going to be left behind. Obviously, he's not got into his good stuff yet, according to reports. Self-admitted on that. Wes Logan, Andrew Loberg, Carl Jochimson in the top 10 here. Randy Howell moving up from below.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Andrew Loberg. We are here on Lake Tenkiller, and it is the beginning of June, and one of my favorite baits on this lake is going to be a football head jig. This is a Beast Coast Max Fuel tungsten football head jig. This is a 3/4 ounce. And we like that 3/4 ounce because we're fishing deep. It's summertime, and these fish are ready to feed on a big profile bait. I got that paired up with a Yamamoto flapping hog, and you could fish it, especially in Oklahoma, all the rock, all the deep rock, and fish a lot of brush piles and wood. So this is definitely one of my players, and this is one of my favorite baits in the summertime to fish.
Your leader to start the day with Bass Pro Shops top tackle there, Andrew Loberg. His favorite jig here on Lake Tenkiller. This is day number 2, full field out there today. The mission, get into the top 50. Get in the top 50 at the end of the day. You get to fish tomorrow for a shot. A shot at the 10 who will compete for the championship on Championship Sunday.
Andrew having a little slower morning, but it's only because we saw him lose a 4-pounder early on. He'd be right there if he had not lost that fish.
Got to shake that off and move on ahead. Would love to make it all the way to Sunday. That'd be a big accomplishment. He's got a couple of top 20s on his card this year. Lake Fork, I believe, and Hartwell also.
So it was volatile. Steve Kennedy up from 79th to 11th place with 4 fish. See what happens the rest of the day, though.
That ain't good.
Andrew Loberg, third fish right there for the leader to start the day. Let's get out to Chris Johnston. As always, big-time contender and Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race.
Come on. You're not a keeper. He ain't gonna make the team. Check him.
I think he's 12 inches there, Chris. Might not want to ride him around, but
He's 12, but he ain't pretty. We do not want to weigh that guy in.
I'm good at seeing 12 inches and identifying them because I caught a lot that size in my career, Tommy. I don't know an 8-pounder when I see one, but I know a 12-incher when I see one.
Did you put them in as 8 ounces, Davey?
Yeah.
We've had several of those this week. More at the Sabine.
First place, Bob Downey. Kind of felt like that last keeper of his might have put him in for Saturday's.
That's a target
Show, I think
weight.
it's-
We
Yeah, we talked about
talked
12
about that
pounds.
yesterday,
Yeah.
12, 12 and a half, and it's 12 and a half pounds. Yesterday to be top 50. You ever remember so many ties?
I was about to say, we could have 5 people tied at 25 pounds at the end of the day today. You know, it's going to might come down to an elaborate bunch of tiebreakers to figure out who's fishing on Saturday.
Yep.
And for those viewers who are wondering about one of those ties, we had 4 for 6th place, and we go by who's highest in AOI because that's just, you never can choose, and it helps us tell the story of AOI as well if they're in second like Chris Johnston is.
Both Johnstons at 15-15 yesterday. How about that? Here's some Corey.
Little buddies. We need the big dogs. She's 12. Not much 12. Need 5 though. One. 1 pounder. What's that?
Rule number 1 is fire.
Exactly. The first one.
Let's get out to Pat Schlopper.
We saw some anglers throwing buzz baits yesterday. When I saw Pat having such a good day, I thought we might see his infamous buzz bait again, back-to-back tournaments, but he's been fishing offshore all week.
Carl Jacobson back in second place.
I'm a jig man, little guy, but I'll take him right now. Yeah. Little floppers. Skinny mini. He might be, he's another 1.75 pounds. I mean, if we get 3 more of them, we'll have a chance of fishing tomorrow. Not even 163. We gotta get 10 pounds to be good for sure. But coming right on top of that freaking hump.
Got our cameras with the top 6, but it's interesting to hear even the top 6 be concerned about making it until tomorrow. Every one of these anglers, to have a chance to win, you have to make it until tomorrow. And that's not a given, even if you are in the top 6.
So close, you can fall so fast. You can just get lapped by a whole bunch of people.
You know, Wes Logan and Carl Jacobson both have 10 pounds. They come from 11th and 12th. Now they're 2nd and 3rd. So Logan has one of our bigger fish, a 3.5. De Palma equaled that as our big bass today so far.
Good.
Slung him about 2 miles in the air. There we go. Caught one there yesterday, that little patch of grass. That's what we want. Just good chunks. Good chunks to start the day. Close to 3. It's not 3, but he's close. We're pitching all day long. It's taking 260. Just solid. That's a lot of guys had, 5 of these. I'll take these to start the day, guaranteed. It's nice.
Number 3 for Jordan Lee right there. Let's get back to our leader, Bob Downey. Bob, still 1 left to a limit.
Might be number 5. It's about the same size that was on that tree yesterday. All right, we got a small limit, or a limit, I should say. 5th one is small. We got 4 okay ones. This guy will definitely be your little guy to get rid of. 1.25 pounds. All right, that's an okay start to the day. That's an okay start to the day.
He's 26-4. He's tied with Wes Logan at the top. Back out to Chris Johnston.
I think our question of will they reload has been answered. We heard Jordan Lee and Bob Downey say, I caught one on that same bush yesterday.
Got 2 really little ones. Lost one about 2.5 where I had a little group. There was a little school of them in like 2 feet of water yesterday, and they were all 2 to 3 1/4 the ones I caught. And I could catch them almost every cast. And I left them hoping that the water wouldn't fall, and it fell enough that I don't think there's enough water on that spot that they're not there. So just my biggest one yesterday, it came swimming a jig and got another good one flipping, but it would have been too easy if that school was still there. So now we're just gonna flip some bushes and cover some new water. See if we can relocate them a bit. It's hard to believe all these sticks I'm fishing right now were underwater 2 days ago.
See that water falling back out of that shoreline cover. Can you imagine how these fish would be loaded up on offshore places if none of that cover was in the water and they were all out off of the bank?
It would be a
Well, that's what we had done our preview. We saw the kayak event, high water, and it was falling throughout the kayak event. We said it's going to be down to full pool. Didn't seem like there was too much rain in the forecast based on last week's predictions. We thought it's going to be a scoper's delight. Offshore, more those fish are going to make those moves. And then it rains, Tommy, and we've got a flipper's delight. Let's go.
completely different. We'll take it. Hey, here's something you might want to take into consideration. Another way to play fantasy on the Bassmaster lineup is Falcon Rods. Bassmaster Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing. Pick 8 anglers for each different event on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But once you pick them, they're gone. They're off limits for the rest of the season to you. A real challenge. Check it out. Hit the QR code. '25 Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller here in Oklahoma. Let's take a look at our leaderboard here. Well, still not even into the third hour, not by a long shot right now, but Greg DePalma, some flashes of how he started the season, or started the second event of the season down at Lake Okeechobee, moving up into first place. The 5-fish limit, 13 pounds and 8 ounces in the first hour and a quarter of fishing. That is pretty strong right there. Bob Downey holding strong in second place, and Wes Logan of Alabama moving from outside the top 5 into third.
Tommy, we've seen quite a few of our anglers on camera catch fish on multiple baits already this morning. Yesterday was very diverse. As we're bringing it into the Bassmaster Studios, we're here in the Bass Pro Shops Bait and Tackle section, Davey, and specifically what we want to talk about, jig fishing. We've seen flipping jigs, we've seen swim jigs. Guys like Bob Downey have utilized both. When you see flooded bushes, situations, falling water in some areas, rising water in some areas, how do you decide which one to use and keeping both honest?
Well, let's start with the swim jig. Bob Downey's using both, and talk about the differences in the two jigs, but then also the different variations. So you see a lot of guys on the Bassmaster Elite Series throwing a white swim jig. A lot of reason for that is because it's around the shad spawn, maybe the blueback herring spawn, but typically the threadfin shad spawn. And what you want with a swim jig is typically a lighter head, because you're going to keep that bait up in the water column, but you want a bait that comes through vegetation, comes through wood really good as you're swimming that bait. You want to move that bait along. The one thing that is a big factor that a lot of people don't talk about is the weight of this jig matters just as much as the weight of the flipping jig. If I want to fish this bait slower and keep it around a piece of cover like a bush, like we see some of these anglers fishing, most of the anglers, a little piece of vegetation or a bush, then I'm going to use a 1/4 ounce or an 1/8 ounce where I can keep that bait up close to the surface and fish it slow. If I want to fish it faster, I'm going to use maybe up to a 1/2 ounce. So to keep it 6 inches under the water or so, I'm going to have to fish it a lot faster. So that's a big thing that you don't hear a lot of guys talking about so much. The head weight of this bait matters just as much as the flipping jig. And then the flipping jig, we see these all the time. You know, typically you're looking for something natural looking like a bluegill, a crawfish, whatever you're trying to imitate. But the big key with it is the weight size, but then that's really matters the speed of fall around a piece of cover. So you use a 1/4 ounce to maybe a 1/2 ounce. Some anglers even a little heavier than that. You want later in the year, as the water temperature goes up, you want a faster bait that is falling fast, so you get that reaction bite. If the fish are on the bottom, you want a bait that gets to the bottom quicker, gets through all that cover. So a lot of variations, but a swim jig and a flipping jig, very, very important this time of the year.
We're seeing bushes come into play big time today, and yesterday we saw docks, the floating docks, and you saw the way Hank Cherry pumping his rod with that swim jig, different cadence than we'll see the guys doing the bushes.
Thank you, guys. That was excellent. Let's get out on the water with our leader to start the day, Andrew Loberg. We'll show you something from just moments ago.
Number 5. Number 5. Skinny guy. With a blackhead on him. It's kind of cool.
Look like a
Now we
bladed
got some
jig.
serious calling.
Another bait.
178. Mm-hmm. That guy's gonna die.
Yeah, our leader, Palma, was tied for 26th. During the last break, he started the day with a 3.5. He caught a 3.5 in the last 5 minutes and a 2.5. He's got a 13.5-pound bag in the lead.
Pretty strong.
Great start.
Let's get out to Trey McKinney. Trey, I believe, looking for his 5th fish.
What the heck? He was hooked good. £1.
Trey getting bites this morning, but the average size seems to be a little smaller than yesterday, but still a lot of fishing time. It's not even quite 8 o'clock there. The rain that we've had so far has slowed the rate of the water level going down, and it's not really been helping these guys that are fishing
I thought it was
offshore.
going to be a pretty nice one, to be honest. Purple.
That's great for him.
A little upgrade for Trey might get him up over 8 pounds for his limit.
Right now, I see one good one right here. A lot of bites, just not as many good ones as yesterday. Honestly, like, same morning, just quality hasn't been here. I've got 2 decent ones, you know, pound and a half, 2.5. 2 2.5s, and then just limit fillers. But right now, I'm just trying to see if I can locate a big one, because that's the main thing. I get through 4 more bites the rest of the day as long as they're the right ones. It doesn't make me a bit of difference, but it's tough finding size out. Golly, holy cow. That thing shot up so fast off the bottom. I don't even, he had to miss it. Let's see. Okay, we got one right here. But yeah, it's this little spot right here. I didn't even have it in practice. I was flipping bushes and I shined out and I seen one. I was like, oh gosh. And yesterday I caught a lot of my good fish here. So this is definitely like a bonus spot, which is, you know, awesome. But there's no, like, the big ones are just so random. Like, so random. Like, you'll just see one cruising, and you'll flip to it, and it'll be your biggest one. Like, it's really, really random right now, especially offshore, but at the same time, I went and flipped bushes, and that about had the same outcome as anything, because this water's dropping so fast, all my good stretches don't even look the same. So that was a big downfall. And then they're dropping it more. Like now, I couldn't even see the stems, and now it's all that's up there is stems. And this was a good stretch. Not anymore. So I think a lot of these fish are just moved out here. Uh-oh. Oh, it's a problem with these fish. They are so smart. Like, unrealistically smart. Wizards. Like that fish, 25 foot of water, sitting on a perfect rock, should have just annihilated it anywhere else in the country. But they are tough. Which is fun. That's why I'm throwing this jig. A lot of times I catch more on a jig just because it's a reaction bite. It falls past their face so fast. And then they'll just run down and eat it. Just because out of, oh gosh, you missed it. Just like that, out of pure curiosity. Same thing with that though, no size. Bad thing is with this, a lot of times they'll just run down there and just boom, pick it up and drop it instantly. So you gotta like, be ready. Because all it is just catching that fish off guard. It's the only reason he bites it, which is completely fine. But something's gonna have to change for us to get some big bites, that's for sure. Because a big bite here, everything has to be set up so perfectly. I don't know why, anything. Like, he's got to be sitting perfect, or he's got to be roaming, chasing something, chasing bait, something like that, to catch like a really big one. Or that's been my experiences. Mine could be different than a lot of people's, but any kind of little isolated piles. Smaller the pile, the better, is what I like.
Let's take it back out to Chris Johnson. Been a slow start for him today. He's found the conditions not perfect as they were yesterday. Having to switch gears a little bit. Fish some new water.
Yeah, talking to Chris last night, he caught them early and often on a place that was only 2.5 feet deep, and he was very concerned about it, the water falling during the night, and that's exactly what happened.
Not a big one, but we'll take them. Number 3.
Three anglers tied after yesterday with 1 ounce under 16 pounds. One of them being his brother, the other one, Kyle Welcher. Not going a little bit slower today, but it's still early. We're not even out of the first 2 hours of fishing yet. Greg Palma of New Jersey, the man on top. Good 13.5-pound bag early on today. Bob Downey has held the lead also for a good period of time. Wes Logan and Andrew Loberg in our top 4. Back to day 2 action live from the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller here in northeast Oklahoma. It's in Palma, it's been around for a good while. Scene of the famous ferry across the old Illinois River. Now a 13,000-acre lake. And Greg DePalma of New Jersey having a great morning. Bang up limit there, 13 pounds, 8 ounces. Taking over the lead. Work done very, very quickly today. I think he can rest easy about fishing tomorrow. That's for sure, and he gets a special notice here.
Absolutely, Greg DePalma, Mercury move of the day. A lot of fish to be caught on Lake Tenkiller, but Greg DePalma has found the right ones. Those 2.5+ pound fish mean everything. He started the day at 7:08, just a few minutes after takeoff with a 3-pound 5-ouncer. Then good solid 2-pounders till his 4th fish, another 3+ pounder. All of this happened by 7:49 a.m. Greg DePalma, Mercury move of the day.
Greg needing a move like that. He's been kind kind of up in the high 50s and 60s in points. That gets him right to 50 unofficially. It's our real-time tracking of points there. See how it all shakes out at the end of the tournament. But good move by Greg. Back out to our leader to start the day, Andrew Loberg, the rookie.
A better one.
Stop. Got him in the freaking tongue, too. Got him in the tongue, too. Stop. What the frick, dude? They are, but I just don't like when I'm hooking them. The same exact thing.
You're using a white vibrating jig, and you want those fish to get it good so you can land them, but maybe not quite that good.
Yeah. He slung him into the boat, but he put him in a scissor lock pretty quick once he got in there. He didn't want another one getting away. Had a good one come off first thing this morning.
And that's 2 in a row now, hooked in the tongue.
Fished other stuff, I caught them too. So I just think it was the conditions yesterday. And these guys are not very big. But we're happy to have them. I mean, dude, like, I mean, there was some of them yesterday, but I just stopped casting at them yesterday unless they were big ones. It's all right, though. I mean, if we catch 8-9 pounds, we got a shot of fishing tomorrow. Like I said, I'm not fishing. I'm trying to fish to stay in the top 10 and try to win. We got 6.5 pounds with 4. I mean, it's not good, but I'm very happy to have some fish.
Let's get back to Andrew Loberg. I want to show you this cull that just pulled off there.
Yeah.
That's what a 3.5 pounder will do for you.
That's what you want.
Might have been one that size that got off on him early.
Oh, I think it was.
It looked pretty big.
Where's the siren? That's our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the day so far.
Don't you have a siren?
Don't you have the button, Such?
I wish.
Apparently not.
They know I play with it way too much.
Well, now that's a whole different issue.
Yeah, let's not go there, Sue. People might start wondering why you sit over there.
Do this. There's so many trash fish in this lake, and so many like 3.5 pound carp that I just throw a jig to all of them. That way, if I don't take any chances. I can hit them faster, fish faster. To me, they're either gonna bite it or they're not. And that's how I look at it. I know it's not a great way to look at it, but unless it's huge and I know it's big and it's a good spot, I'll just fish really fast. Because the more ground I can cover, the better. Everything I've been doing is reaction, pretty much. Oh gosh. Like a lot of those people that I seen fishing offshore yesterday didn't really catch much. A little bit. Spotted bass. We got the trifecta. We got smallmouth, largemouth, spotted bass. We got them all. I don't know if it'll cool or not. One ounce, yeah.
Is that totally weight?
Yeah, 1 ounce bigger. 1/8. Just a giant. These fish I had to try to try to jump out of the live well. They're mean here. Okay.
that for a 1 ounce upgrade, but oh, how far 1 ounce will go on a place like this.
Oh. You don't want to neglect it. Take nothing for granted out here. It's going to be a close one at the end.
1 ounce yesterday for anybody would have broke one of those 26 ties.
Yeah.
Tommy.
Or put them into the tie at the next spot.
Right.
Yeah. Bob Downey, solid 10 pounds so far today.
I don't think he's gonna help. I'll weigh him, but I don't. If he helps, it's not by much.
Did you hear Tyler Williams on stage say he culled 27 times yesterday?
Wow.
What was his final weight?
Just a little bit.
I think he was about 20.
14 pounds-ish,
What I say on the
14.4.
last one, 1 pound.
Yeah, one and a quarter, I think.
Oh, did you? Okay. You can just, you don't even have to change it then. That's about what this one is.
Wes Logan's up to 12 pounds. He just culled with a 2-2. He's in third place, ahead of Downey.
Bob Downey's starting the tournament in 18th place for Angler of the Year. Excuse me, starting the day, 18th place for Angler of the Year.
Yeah, he was 38th before the tournament started
Yeah.
in AOY points, so making a pretty good little move.
Yeah, we've had a decent start to the day. We caught. There's one. There's a little upgrade. That'll help a little bit. Not a giant, but yeah, we've had a decent start. Just flipping jig, little swim jig action as well. You know, we're doing the same deal, but just kind of adjusting the areas we're doing it in. You know, in practice back in this zone, you know, I had some better quality bites like way in the back. And yesterday morning, that just wasn't the case. And so we just, instead of working back, we turned around and worked out. And it seems like with the water falling, a lot of these fish are working their way out. That's just kind of 101 water level fluctuation. You know, you kind of got to move with the water. If it's going up, move up. If it's coming out, you know, move out. And that's what I'm trying to just kind of play that game this week. And it worked yesterday. It worked this morning. I stopped on a place out further that I really wasn't planning to, but as I was coming into this zone, it just kind of felt right, and so I stopped, and it ended up working out. You know, we still got a good bit of upgrading to do for the day, but you know, to have a start where you got, now I think this one's, yeah, everything's over 2 pounds. That's a good start here. We've got yeah, that puts us at like probably 11.5 to 12 pounds to get our day started. That was a little over 2 pounder.
Bob Downey, getting the job done here on day number 2, Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, but it's the rookie who started the day with the lead, just put a 3.5 pounder. 3.5 pounders are strong here. Put that in the boat and finds himself back on top again. Greg Palma in second and Wes Logan in third. Plenty more fishing time left. Bassmaster Live. We're here at Lake Tenkiller for the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite second day action here. Which one is truly the GOAT? That's always the eternal question here. What's the use in arguing?
Is that Clun? Or is that Van Dam over there?
No. That's Goat Island, right? It's got to be. We have got a, who are they watching?
I think that's Jordan up there, kind of on the hill.
Somebody just cast right close to him there.
Oh, the reigning angler of the year.
Oh, that's right.
Who else would be fishing closest to the GOAT?
That's the greatest of our time, the Goot. Of this time, the Gots.
That is a very intriguing, especially in fishing, how much has changed.
Skeeter boat, big fish alert, Ben Milliken. Biggest of the day at 315. He was 90th with 10 pounds. He's got 4 for a little over 10, and he's up to 14th place. Big swing.
Only 4 pounders, like moves the earth here. No question about that.
Make you the GOAT of Lake Tenkiller.
Yeah, could be.
4 pounders.
Yes, that's right. Trey McKinney is hooked up.
A lot bigger.
Hadn't seen any big ones yet today.
Smallmouth. What he's fighting.
It's not that big, but it's gonna help a lot. Smallmouth way heavy, like way heavy. Not a bad one. Hopefully it weighs extra heavy.
Definitely a help there. If the smallest fish is 1 pound.
Yeah, I should get more than a pound out of that trade.
Yeah, well, 2 pounder.
Or 1 pound out of that trade. Get back over to Chris Johnston. See how the goat herding's going. He may have moved. I think he has.
Oh.
Smallmouth.
Another nice smallmouth. They are jumpers.
Two-pounder.
2-pounder would have helped Chris for sure. Downy.
Greg Palma upgraded his bag to 13-13 with a 2.7, added about 5 ounces.
Bob's just getting in the area where he caught his better fish yesterday.
Yeah, I had one. I thought I was hung up. I caught one on that swim bait that was close to 3 pounds. Might help, I don't know. He felt really big when I set the hook. No.
We thought about Bob Downey using the white swim jig and a brown flipping jig. He did catch a couple fish yesterday on a swim bait. We said when the rain and wind came through the little front,
Yeah.
got things stirred up a little more. He caught a couple nice ones on a swim bait also.
Get back out to Jordan Lee. Ronnie mentioned in our pre-show. Yesterday we had one of the 4 anglers in history who've won back-to-back classics yesterday, and Hank Cherry, and today we've got another one.
And we mentioned
Jordan.
the other 2 at Goat Island just a minute ago.
So, all right, we've taken care of that. We can knock that off the list.
Little guy, but I might put him in a lot well. He's over a pound.
A lot of smallmouth being caught this week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just to say you got. He's at 123.
Flipping bushes, smallmouth, that's fun.
Yeah. They were a little more of a novelty last time.
Yes.
Here, I think. It's certainly increase their presence. They will outcompete quite a few others. Greg Palma of New Jersey still on top, just upgraded according to Such. Just by a few ounces there. Andrew Loberg sitting in second place, started the day with the lead. Bob Downey, solid all day long. Day 2. The Lake Tenkiller in Oklahoma. This is the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Lowrance Elite event. Cookson, Oklahoma, our live coverage, sponsored by TH Marine. Will also bring us the weather watch. I think we've kind of been rain-free this morning, which is good because there's certainly rain in the area. Big system kind of spinning counterclockwise over Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. Kind of moving off to the east. We might get a little bit more of a break today. We had to go through a good bit of rain yesterday.
There's a shower coming pretty soon, Tommy.
Okay.
I'm looking at Futurecast.
Now let's take a look at all our catches so far today by our full field out there, 101 anglers. Good bit of action down by the dam this morning.
Good bit of action down by the dam. The middle part of the lake, though, as usual. Yesterday it was the same way. A few more fish in that area, but spread out pretty well. This is a smaller lake, only about 13,000 acres, but as we heard Jason Christie say, it takes about 20 minutes to run from one end to the other. So you see these fish are spread out over a pretty long span there, about probably I'd say 15 miles or so.
Greg Palma still in charge on top of that leaderboard there. Andrew Loberg started the day with the lead, the rookie, if you're just joining us. Had a good day yesterday, over 17 pounds.
As a tournament angler, when you lose a big fish, you have to shake it off. You can't think about it, but I can't stop thinking about the one we saw Andrew Loberg lose early this morning. It was a 4+ pounder. They are solid gold
Those
here.
are huge here, yeah.
those couple fish that tricked me thinking they're still in here.
Let's get back over to Chris Johnston, one of our big-time contenders. Moved offshore. He's about had enough for the time being of fishing places where there was more water up near the shore, up on the bank yesterday. He's not finding as much of it today, so.
That is a loaded piece of brush there, Davey. It looks like there's at least 5, 6, 7 fish in that.
Sure is. So I have to read what I wrote down, the first bit that I wrote down. My notes when I talked to Chris last night: flipping bushes, white swim jig, and chatterbait, then scoping. And he has done exactly that for us this morning. So I think we'll see more of this from him as the day progresses.
I mean, it seems to a T of what we saw Luke Palmer do yesterday. Up shallow for most of the morning, went off a little bit, and then came back, you know, Scott Cannon. It's the timing of it. Some guys started their morning shallow yesterday, didn't do nothing. It's the timing of when you do it.
Got one hooked up in the tree. There it came out. Just came out.
Just had me wrap. Little guy. Not the ones we need. That one. Four babies.
4 babies. Chris made no bones about it. He caught most of his weight on that one area that was only 2.5 feet deep. They were even schooling a little bit there, and he said if the water falls another foot, I don't think they'll stay there. And unfortunately for him, that's exactly what happened.
In the short term, you hate it because they're moving and they're not biting fish right now. You don't know what they're doing. But if this water was to come up, you know no one else has caught those fish most likely, and that they come right back. You may have to do that tomorrow, or so you're kind of like, you get to save areas if you look at it positively, of like they're not biting today, but if that water inches back up there, they'll be ready to eager to go again.
Every day, even a 4-day event, you have to fish the moment. But this week in particular, because no one knows if that water is going to continue to fall, rise, stabilize, because they want to pull it down to full pool. But the amount of rain, I mean, if we get a 1/4 inch of rain, it's going to continue to fall from the people I've talked to. But an inch of rain, it's going to rise. And no one knows.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to rain at
forecast
Tenkiller.
if you want to, yeah.
It can rain at Grand Lake.
Yes.
And it trickles down, and I'll
Or if
show
it rains
that.
on the lower end of Tenkiller or the upper end of the lake itself, yeah. Two very different things.
And I'll show the impacts of where you could get 0 drops of rain on the lake, and how the lake can come up feet just with how much.
Get north of there.
Oh yeah, it's hard to visualize until you see it.
Good look, looking at his graph right here. We've seen almost everyone that we had a camera with at least fish the shoreline, the bushes a little bit, but then when they move off the bank, you see Chris just fishing in 6 feet of water.
A whole one.
Other anglers fishing 30 feet deep. So when they get off of the bank, away from the bushes, there's a big depth range there that they're fishing. Some anglers 5, 6 feet deep, and some 25, 26, even 30 feet deep. Just shows you how many fish are in this lake.
Chris back out to Trey McKinney. Been catching him steady this morning. Trey has. Just hadn't, the size hasn't been impressive.
He talked about it, and he's certainly doing exactly what he said. He is covering a lot of water.
Come up to look at the prop. Then I snagged him. Snagged him up. Blue.
You notice what he did there. Going forward, most guys with their forward facing, that's the way they're looking. He spun around and looked behind the boat and saw one just behind the boat. He said, come to look at the prop. He wasn't talking about the trolling motor prop. He's talking about the prop on the big engine. Caught that fish following the boat.
Time at that, doing that job makes you better at it. He's certainly spent his time doing that, learning that trade, for sure. Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year points, very, very important this race. Important all year long. It just gets a lot more marquee value the later we get into the season. And Jay Shakura, still the man on top. In fact, he's worked his way back into the top 10 the last time I looked. So he's hanging in there. Chris Johnson, his close pursuer, Trey McKinney. Boy, those three alone, that makes for a possibility of a great, great fight to the finish for this year of 2025.
Yeah, after the Sabine event, it was a hectic two and a half weeks when I was home. A lot of phone calls, a lot of interviews, a lot of exciting stuff. And then, I had to change my mindset and get ready for this tournament. I kept the same mindset coming into this one. Have fun, just figure out as much as you can in practice, and just fish with a clear mind and with confidence. Because with momentum, it can go both ways. It can go in the positive direction, but it can change and go in the negative direction just as quick. So today was a step in the positive direction, and hopefully tomorrow we can do it again.
Great story, Pat Schlopper.
Great advice.
Yeah.
Great advice. Not only in tournament bass fishing, but in life. I mean, you can get headed in a negative mindset or a positive one. And I know for me personally, the positive mindset always has worked out better.
Imagine that. Yeah, that's good, but it's easier said than done. I mean,
it is.
It's hard to get away from some feelings that bog you down sometimes. Pat's got a great story. He's made a big change in his life. Selling fishing tackle with the Shields steward, and said, I'm all in.
Now he sells fishing tackle a different way, by catching them and everyone buying what he's using.
He's mass communicating now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Little spot. It's probably bigger than that smallmouth.
His story is very similar. I'm gonna say all these elite anglers out here have basically the same dream, just a little different personality to each story, but usually boils down to loving the sport, loving to tournament bass fish, and dreaming to be on the Elite Series. That one will help.
That's what I'm talking about. We're a mess right now. Little chub. That's gonna be a good pull. We got that 1.5 pounder we gotta get rid of. 1.4. $280, baby. $280.
Over 2 3/4. That's a good one there. He caught a 3.5 about 45 minutes ago that really helped his cause.
Yeah, you don't need 25 bites in a day, Davey. If he catches that 4 earlier and he's got those couple that he's had, like you're set already.
Yeah.
At
Out here
8:51.
Flipping bushes. That's all we're gonna do the rest of the day. We had a decent start, lost one big one, which is whatever. But we need to upgrade. We got a lot of upgrade, and I got one that's pretty much on the brink of dying, which isn't good. But it's like a 2.5 pounder. And there we go. That's a chub one. Stop that. That's a chub one right there, baby.
Serious upgrades in the last 5 minutes.
That's what we're doing. Fatty too. Most of these ones have just been skinny, man. Number 5's gotta go. Number 5's gotta go.
I didn't get the weight on that one, but he's back in the lead, I can tell you that.
It was close to a pound upgrade, if not.
Oh, I would say Chublin is got to be a 3-pounder plus, and he had I think it said small, so it was 1.8. Yeah. The thing was wider than it was, just as wide as it was long almost.
Keith Combs made it back in our top 10. He's got 10 pounds on the day. All his fish came in at once. It's Scott Canterbury from 30th. He's got 12 1/4. He's in 7th place.
Well, well.
These ones are a little bit fatter, so maybe we haven't cooled by a pound. Ounces. Ounces. He's fat, but I just don't know. Purple. 113. We're getting up there, man. Every ounce counts. Okay.
Trey still in 3rd as it stands right now behind Greg DePalma. Andrew Loberg, leader to start the day, has reassumed his lead. He's got almost a 1.5 pound advantage over Greg. A little passing storm you're talking about, Such, could kind of just hit a glancing blow down there by the dam and move on, it looks like. Some more back behind it, but
I know all eyes this week are on Jason Christie. This is his home water. He wanted the sun to shine. Doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Bass 30. Start recording the GoPro just in time.
Feels like a good one too. It's a nicer one. Oh yeah. That's bigger, a lot bigger than what we got, isn't it? Twice the size. Ain't that big. They ain't that small. I mean, it's.
You hold it up. It's gonna look twice the size right there. Look at that jig with like a.
His first fish over 2 pounds today.
That's this, you know, that's not a bad one. Bigger than a 134, I can tell you that. That might. Oh, heck yeah. 240. Over a pound. That might. 240, so he's almost 2.5. It's a good one. Number 5. That gives us like 9 pounds. It's just like a 2 pound, 7 ouncer, I'd say. There's a couple more of them. One more of them.
No real size today for Jordan Lee. He's got, he's still stuck on 4 fish, I think.
I was a little surprised when I talked to him last night that he's just flipping bushes. I thought maybe he'd have a little offshore in his game plan, but he said he's flipped bushes all day on day 1 and plans to do it on day 2.
Davey, that's the dual plan possibilities is if that water continues to drop, these anglers know that today might be their last day they get bushes. They can spend the weekend doing something, you know, they might have to. So they trying to get advantage of this while they can.
Yeah, going to be the last day for some anglers. Everyone who's not above that 50th position here, let's take a look at our unofficial leaderboard as it stands now, and also with a certain percentage of anglers not reporting because of no marshal. What do we call them? Ambassadors now. So Andrew Loberg started the day with the lead. Had a great morning. No doubt about that. Jordan Lee leads the second page. Trying to bust back into the top 10 where he started today. Justin Atkins, the first one in the top 10 yesterday. We watched that. Brandon Carr trying to turn his season around a little bit. Kyle Patrick had a good day yesterday. Steve Kennedy coming from way off the pace. Early on today, as Such informed us, way down there, up at one point up to 17th place. Ben Milliken, way down there, caught a giant. He has the big fish, I think, of today.
Almost 4.
Big bass, almost 4. Doobie. Easton Fothergill. It could be maybe a little higher up at this point right now, but still looking for now inside that 50 cut.
Emil Wagner passed him yesterday for 3rd in Rookie of the Year. Took it back.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Give me that back.
All right.
Paul Marks increased his
out.
lead in the Rookie of the Year race.
There's the critical spot down at the bottom, and Lee Livesey stood for now 50th place. Just below that, we find Hank Cherry. Spent a lot of time yesterday with Hank Cherry, Cody Huff.
All those guys right there, Cherry, Huff, Rivette, have no entries today. Keep an eye on that. That was yesterday's weight.
Okay.
So they're still in.
Not the complete picture.
Yes.
Just a snapshot of what we know. We'll be right back. The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite from Lake Tenkiller is brought to you by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. We are into our 3rd hour of fishing on this day. This important day number 2. You have to be in the top 50 at the end of today. in order to get a shot at the weekend. The weekend means you can fish for a shot at Sunday, which is championship day. Only 10 anglers going to make it to that point. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders. Glad you're with us for Bassmaster Live today. Here with Ronnie Moore, Davey Height, Mike Sukon. And guys, Andrew Loberg, the rookie, started the day with the lead. He kind of had a little setback right off the bat, but he's come back from that in fine fashion.
Yeah, when you look at a tournament like this, you say, well, it's just luck, whether you catch a 3-pounder or not. A 3.5-pounder is gold. But Andrew Loberg, day one leader, and I hate to keep talking about this, but he would really have a big lead right now had he not lost that. It was definitely a 4-pounder. These anglers that are catching them doing something a little bit differently to catch those better quality fish. We see Loberg. Palma's having a great morning, but Trey McKinney was third coming into today. You got Bob Downey, Wes Logan. The same anglers are doing something a little bit different to catch a little bit better class fish.
And Ronnie, it seems like it's not the usual suspects doing exactly what you think they're going to be doing. A lot of them are flipping the script on us a little bit, which I find very interesting.
Oh, I learned early, Tommy, if you assume something, then you know what that means. But you see a lot of young anglers sticking with the bush flipping deal. That might have been the hot bite earlier in practice. As the water starts to fall, we'll see them adjust. But you saw guys like Canterbury and others have to switch and have both game plans to catch 3+ pounders, which were gold yesterday.
Yeah, and we'll dial into that more and more this week, but it's not a section of the lake. It's really what these anglers are dialing in on. You see, we've got the cameras with the top 6 today. The ones that are catching them better, they're a little bit better quality fish, seem to be around the points a little more, not so much back in the pockets.
That's a representation of all our 3+ pounders that have been caught today on the lake, as you can see. I mean, they're not so many, because 3-pounder suits are they're a rarity and very, very valuable out here.
Oh, you know, we had 5 4-pounders yesterday. Our Kyle Welcher leads our Phoenix Boats Big Bass with a 4.10. Cody Huff had a 4.6. Randy Howell 4.4. Haven't seen a 4-pounder today, but Loberg with 2 3-pounders. That last one was a 3.10. He's got a 3.8. He's got 2 of the top 3 on the day. So, and he's got the second biggest bag.
And he's got a 3.5-pound lead as it stands right now. So that's a pretty good position to be in right now. Ahead of Greg DePalma as it stands right now. Greg having fished his way into the top 10 in this day. Kind of looks like the Smoky Mountains out there, northeast Oklahoma today. A lot of moisture in the area and accumulated over the past few days.
Those 2 good coals back here, just kind of poking away. I was just telling Jake that it's kind of wild how much this lake's changed. I mean, I was flipping those trees earlier in the week in practice, and those things are bone dry, which is good in my opinion with the lake dropping. Obviously, some of these stretches aren't very good anymore, but I kind of look at it as like an outgoing tide. They kind of suck to these outside trees, and they're a little bit easier to catch sometimes. So, a good outgo is always fun to fish, but you don't want it. You don't want to get in too low and get these bushes dry, then we're in big trouble. But we're just kind of plucking away. We definitely got to fish some new water and kind of poke around and see what's going on. There's a lot of guys kind of doing the same deal, obviously. So, but we're just going to keep grinding away, man. We got, 14 pounds, which is a pretty good start. I'm really fired up about that. We just need a couple big bites to keep us up there. So we got all day. It's only 9 o'clock. Got 6 hours doing at 3 o'clock. So pretty pumped up. Lake Tenkiller is full of bass, and we just got to pick away at them and catch those giant ones.
Andrew Loberg pumped up about what's happening there today. Very much engaged in what's going on. He's setting himself up to be a true contender in this tournament, no doubt about that. How well is he contending in the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year? Well, not quite as strongly as he's been here. It's been a tough, challenging season for Andrew in a lot of respects, but Paul Marks, who owns a victory here this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, is in first place. And same situation for Tucker Smith right behind him there. Emil Wagner has done good in this tournament. He's moved up and had a little bit of a slow start yesterday.
And you see the guys like Easton Fothergill making big runs a couple events ago doing that. You're going to see Blake Capps start to raise up too.
Oh, what?
Hate to interrupt you. Keith Combs with the Skeeter Boats BFA Big Fish Alert, a 5-pounder. Wow. He's up to second place, got a big bag of the day. 14.5 pounds. He's got a 3+ in there too, but he's got a 1 pounder. He could really have a nice bag.
He was 90 seconds too late to make it into that graphic. with
Yeah.
all our big fish for today.
We still don't have a
It's a
4
bummer.
pounder though.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. We still don't have a 4 pounder.
Got our
Let's get out
first
to Trey
5 though.
McKinney. Yeah.
That's led the last event here, 3 days, 5 pounders.
Come here, buddy. Not a bad one. We'll see. Getting better. Just need one of them 3 or 4 pounders. Two and a half. Blue. Oh, a good upgrade there. Really good one.
2.5 will be Trey's biggest of the day. A few ounces.
About a little cold.
That's great. Several ounces though.
Oh yeah.
Just put 2.6.
Any big part of our Angler of the Year race, Jordan Lee. Twice a winner of Bassmaster Classic, once in Texas, followed up with a win in South Carolina.
Well, we've started to work our way up the lake. Caught 4 this morning. Nothing crazy. I got two 2 3/4 and 2 little ones, but you know, I came up here yesterday just going on really on a limb. There's a bunch of willow flies today.
Mayfly.
I didn't think a lot of guys could practice up here because how high the water was and how muddy it was. And I caught a couple fish yesterday and I'm like, you know, I need to go up there and try that. So I came up here and I didn't get many bites, but I weighed 2 of my fish in. And I'm kind of just going off, you know, feel and hoping with this water dropping and maybe the lack of, you know, fishing pressure up here, if I could figure something out, you know, figure out what they're on or just get some bites. I mean, I could have it all to myself and, you know, you just don't know. I mean, but water is big time stained up here. You see all these bushes. I mean, there's a lot of cover. So I like it up here. I just haven't fished up here, except yesterday. The water's, you know, stained, but it's not too muddy. And I'm just gonna fish around, really. I'm gonna hit stuff I've never even fished and just see if I can get bit. If I can get bit, I'm gonna lock in and you know, do it all day, but we'll see. I mean, I think if I run down, I'm fishing kind of not behind everybody, but I know the bite's gonna get tougher, shallow, the further down I go. So I got a pretty long day today. I mean, it's 9 o'clock, 9:15. I got till 4. So I'm thinking hopefully I can put my bug around, you know, a couple fish if I just stay mentally in it, you know. Because I may go an hour, I may go 2 hours up here without a bite. I mean, and then boom, boom, and I got, you know, a couple big ones. Because they definitely haven't been fished. And I feel like, you know, to win tournaments, to place really high in them, you have to be on something a little different and just piece it together. That's what I've always done. If I've ever, you know, maybe something that wasn't good in practice turns out to be really good by the tournament. So we'll see. I mean, the waters fell even more, and I'm sure a lot of the fish down that way that I was trying to catch yesterday and caught, like I couldn't just, you can't just go back through the same places and get, you know, a 3.5 pound bite. Like, it's just, you know, that's hard to duplicate that for me, fishing this way. So I'm gonna keep a bait wet, just cover water, but fishing slow, try to get bit. Oh, there was one right there. I think I spooked him, or it was a carp. Must have been a carp.
A lot of good advice right there.
Yeah,
A lot of good tournament knowledge coming from a two-time classic champion.
Trying to think one step ahead, get his day lined out in a way that's likely to produce for him. There's a guy on the move. That's our leader, as a matter of fact, Andrew Loberg. He apparently has a plan too, because he has been making it work to perfection for getting close to a day and a half now. Let's see if he can keep things going his way. They certainly are seeming that way so far. Here on day number 2. Seventh stop of the year for the Elite Series, the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite here at Tenkiller Lake, also known as Tenkiller Ferry Lake. Our live coverage sponsored by TH Marine. We appreciate that. Quite the scene out there today. Lots of moisture, as you can tell, in the area. Weather's a big part of the story here, of course, all week long. And in the weeks leading up, there's been a lot of rain up here. They've been dumping a lot of water out of this lake. And you can see a storm kind of passing right across the dam there. You see where the little marker is right there, where it kind of hits a glancing blow. There might be a little bit more of it come under that patch of yellow there here in the next few minutes. So some rain's expected maybe in the lower third of the lake on the way. That's my amateurish weather report right there, but TH Marine gets it right, and they show us the right radar.
Yeah, it depends on which angler you're pulling for. Some of those anglers wish that rain was a little north of the lake, so the lake would maybe rise a little, and some of these anglers want it to continue to fall. Some want sunshine, some want clouds.
Some want wind, some hate that wind.
It's always that way. It's always that way. But I guess you
I'm happy with the start.
Dream for it
that
here
I've
because
had.
it's reality. Change.
Well, we definitely need to do some upgrading. I just have gone down a few stretches that I've caught them on yesterday, and definitely less bites. Besides the morning, that little area, I think there was maybe a shad spawn going on, and we happened to land on the right stretch, but we may need to fish some new water today. The water's stabilized, I feel like. It's maybe dropped a little bit in this area. But it does feel like maybe this shallow bite is not as good quite yet. We might just be fishing stuff we shouldn't be fishing, stretches we shouldn't be on. We'll see throughout the day. I'm definitely gonna keep doing it. There's enough water in them. We've had enough bites doing it, but we may have to make some adjustments on the areas we do it in today. And maybe we'll end up offshore a bit too, I'm not sure yet. But right now we're gonna get out of here, make a little move.
Bob Downey from the state of Minnesota up there in Detroit Lakes, the northwest, I guess, quadrant of.
Well, Jacobson's making a little move. He caught 2 210s in the last 20 minutes. He's up to 6th place from 12th. He's got like the 4th best bag of the day, 12 and pounds and 5 ounces.
And what's funny is it doesn't tell the full picture. We got to see Carl a few times in Luke Palmer's viewfinder yesterday. Saw him throwing a buzzbait around bushes. His first 3 fish I saw some footage of yesterday came on marina docks and a swim bait, not the buzzbait necessarily. So you see someone an hour and a half after takeoff and you think that's what they started their day with, but you go run to a marina, catch 3 or 4 fish, maybe a limit real quick, and then switch game plans. Whereas some guys, it takes all day to catch your limit before you can switch.
Chris Johnson is exactly where Andrew Loberg lost a 4-pounder.
That's right.
Now, if Chris catches the 4 right here, that would be insane.
He almost is, how did that happen, as having a largemouth and then catching a smallmouth?
Yeah, right. We'll have to look at that again at some point, don't we?
Yeah.
A lot of curiosities yesterday. It was pretty entertaining.
It was. Oh boy.
There's the 4-pounder.
No way.
Come on. Good one.
Oh my God.
See?
Goodness.
Oh, come on.
Oh, that looks exactly like him. All green and everything.
No way.
That's what we're after.
I mean, what are the odds there's 2 4-pounders
on
right there?
Tenkiller.
Please notice that there's a second hook hole in there.
It's a big one.
I mean, I'm just saying, what are the odds of 2
sure we got
3.5 to 4 pounders being
I don't
right
think
there?
that's that great, is it?
No.
It's not going to be Andrew Loberg's favorite clip from the tournament, I don't think.
Wow. It's the same fish.
Oh, just about have to think it is.
I mean, if we could tell the truck what to do, basically, and like show that loss from Loberg this morning,
yeah.
and then show. I mean, it might be the next bush over.
I mean,
Golly.
I mean, he had the fish halfway out to the boat, so
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
could've
for it to
swam
go
that,
back
yeah.
and set up within 20 feet would be.
You just went and sat in the neighbor's yard, you know.
Is that another hook mark on the far side of his
I
mouth?
saw
there?
He does.
Yeah,
He does. Yeah,
it does.
absolutely.
I mean,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's him then.
That
Just had
thing
to
is
talk about
Loberg.
curiosities, and another one pops up.
Finally got a good one. It's close to 4 pounds if it's not 4.
Oh my
God. Honestly flipped into a bush, and I don't even think it was in the bush. It was just on this little chunky rock. So that gives us 5. 4 babies. But we got lots of time. Just winding around this rock here right now. Where I don't know if you guys know, but where I started is where I caught a bunch of fish yesterday, and there was a opening in the bushes, and there was a big group of them in there. Couldn't scope them, it was too shallow. It was like 2 feet of water, and I could catch one almost every cast, and they were 2 to 3.25 pounds is the 5 or 6 I caught. And I left them biting, and I was debating catching more or not because the water was falling, and sure enough, the water fell enough that they're not actually in there. So hindsight, I should have caught them a little better, but yesterday, the other 2 good ones I caught, one on a jig and another one flipping bushes, but the bushes are getting low on water. By tomorrow, there's not going to be a lot of them left. So we're just kind of flying by the seat of our pants. Figure it out as we go. I've pretty well hung every branch in this lake. It's hard to even wind a chatterbait because there's so much floating junk in here.
I can't believe that just happened.
Now we just need some 2.5s.
We may have seen it before in live, but I just can't recall.
I mean, it was so specific with the markers. I mean, if somebody pulled up on Canterbury's spot yesterday, we would have known it's so. I mean, that is right there.
If those fish were spawning, you would realize, hey, you know, that's not that unusual.
Not that out of the order, yeah.
But post spawn like this, that's
and it's not a.
unusual.
We saw so and so here fishing yesterday.
Right.
This was 2.5 hours ago.
Yeah.
4-pounder moved Chris Johnston up to 9th. And if Loberg goes back there, he may have some heartbreak looking for that
He
fish.
may start there tomorrow because he had a big bite.
Right.
Usually your friends will tell you about stuff like that.
Say that again?
Your friends will usually tell you about stuff like that.
I caught that fish.
Yeah.
No, legit.
No, you didn't, dude. I'm your friend. I'm going to give you some bad news here. There we go, Davey.
Oh, yeah. Powerful replay of the day. Chris Johnston. You know, a 4-pounder here is worthy of power pole replay today, but if you've been watching all morning, this 4-pounder is the one that we saw Loberg lose about 2 hours ago. We talked about it just before Chris Johnston set the hook. One man's loss is another man's gain.
Yes.
Power pole replay of the day. Holy smokes. Yesterday it was the largemouth and then the smallmouth got on for Hank Cherry, and today it's the loss for Andrew Loberg, the gain for Chris Johnston.
I mean, this is not just they didn't hand the ball to Marshawn. It was that they threw a pick and they took it to the house or something like that. Like, it was just another way. It didn't just stop you from scoring. They took it back and scored themselves.
Never seen that here before. Andrew Loberg, though, hanging on to the lead despite outrageous fortune, you might call it right there, losing a great one and having it caught by one of his competitors in 2 hours later. Interesting stuff here. Keith Combs, big move during the past hour as well, and Greg DePalma still sitting in 3rd place. Take a look at the leaderboard as our live coverage continues at the Lowrance Bassmaster at Lake Tenkiller. Andrew Loberg, the rookie, started the day with the lead, fell out of the lead, but man, he has come back. Got a couple of really good large ones in the boat there to complement his limit, and that affords him a good margin ahead of Keith Combs in 2nd place. Greg DePalma, 3rd place. Trey McKinney, Bob Downey, Paul Jacobson, Wes Logan, Scott Canterbury moving back up into the top 10. He had a good day yesterday, good solid day. Jordan Lee and Chris Johnston. Great to have you with us. We haven't even hit the halfway point of our show today. At the midday point of the day, we'll have some great halftime show entertainment. We certainly had that yesterday with Dave and Kyle and Steve Bowman and special guest Matt Pangrick out there. And I think we got Dave Mercer live on the line right now. Do we not? No, not yet. Okay. Oh, there he is. Yeah. Hey, Dave. Dave, did you see that spectacle we just saw? That curiosity out there. What do you think about that fish that Loberg lost getting caught by Chris Johnston?
To be honest, I was traveling over here and I missed signal, and I'd totally like to lie right now and say I saw it, but I did not see that. But that is just a very Chris Johnston thing to do. I mean, as a guy who at one time competed against a much younger Chris Johnston, that's what he does. I mean, you just ask Corey Johnson. He's literally, I mean, I always say that the first 4 years of Corey's life, that's why he calls them the good old days, because before Chris joined his life, and just, I mean, that's what he does in life. He just comes and he takes from you. But I'm hanging out here, obviously, at the Cherokee Casino here in Tahlequah, where our weigh-in is going to be Saturday and Sunday, and I got a special report for you guys. Matt Pangrick did a great job. Obviously, Matt Pangrick from Bass Talk Live, no shocker, did a great job yesterday. But after he was done the show with us, he went in here and hit for $3,700. So Matt Pangrick, officially the #1 paid guest we've ever had on the halftime show, or really Bass Live in general. So congrats, Matt. I don't know if I was supposed to put that out in the airwaves, but hey, he's a winner.
Well, the IRS will be happy to know that. They'll be dinging Matt for a little bit of that right there. That is for sure. Well, Dave, what do you think of the second go-around at Lake Tenkiller?
it's, to me, everything that we've had to deal with here this week in ways of we've had 3 different takeoff locations since this event has been announced. There's been a lot of moving and a lot of things. We've dealt with a lot of flooding situations. But I think it's made this a very compelling tournament. I think that we've got a lot of people fishing the bushes, and the question is, will those bushes actually be in the water come the weekend? So it's really an exciting event. And if Loberg were to pull this off, I mean, how crazy can that be? I mean, I call those 4 roommates, obviously, Tucker Smith, Paul Marks, Andrew Loberg, and Emil Wagner, all rookies. They all room together. They talk about surging. I call them the surge squad. And what they mean is they need to surge up that leaderboard. Well, if the surge squad at the 7th event of the year has won, 3 of the rookies have won, and Emil Wagner, somebody you got to watch out for too. It's pretty incredible, and it's really cool and a great case of what momentum means in this sport. You get 3 rookies that are just so hungry and working so adamantly, pushing each other. And the cool thing about them is, you would think by this point of the season, you would see, you know, it's easy to be excited when you're Paul Marks or when you're Tucker Smith and you're winning. Andrew's had kind of an up and down season, but the way that they all kind of cheer each other on, I think you heard every member of that team when they crossed the stage yesterday. And I call them a team because, I mean, let's be honest, there's a lot of teamwork that happens on the Elite Series. All of them saying, man, I hope Andrew gets this deal done. And the crazy thing is, as you guys said, that big fish that he could have caught this morning, if he catches that, he's blowing the doors off this at the halfway point. But I think it's made this tournament very compelling, and that's, as fishing fans, what we want to see. We want to see anglers adapt and have to change, and there is no bigger way to adapt than literally being able to fish a piece of structure on day 1, and by day 4, that piece of structure, well, it changes from having fish on it to having birds on it.
Yeah. Yeah, speaking of Andrew Loberg and speaking of change, Dave Mercer, we've had cameras with 6 anglers yesterday, 6 anglers today, and we've heard some like Andrew say, I hope the water doesn't keep falling because I'm just fishing these bushes and they're going to be high and dry. We've heard anglers ask for sunshine, clouds, rain, but you talk to every angler that's fishing every single day. What did the general consensus, what do you think will make this fishery shine the best? Not literally the sun, but really show its true colors, the conditions, the water stabilizing or falling more, getting those fish out of the bushes. What do you think would be the best case scenario for the majority of the fishermen?
Stability is what you always want. It doesn't matter whether it's raising water, dropping water, whether it's changing conditions. Stability makes things good for fishing. But, I mean, I equated this to, I mean, I had a crazy girlfriend back in the day, and she was very unstable. I never knew what I was walking into. That's exactly what Tenkiller is like here this week. And that's exactly what our anglers feel like in the morning, because you talk to them and they're like, I feel like, even Loberg, I talked to him this morning, and he was like, I know that this is a tournament where I'm going to have to change. I'm going to have to get what I can get while I can get it, but I'm going to have to change. So I think stability is what we're hoping for. I don't think we're going to see it. The water yesterday, you saw how much rain we dealt with yesterday. It teamed rain all day yesterday, but the water has dropped a lot since yesterday. They are trying to get water out of this system. I mean, our anglers would like to put a plug in that and kind of hold it where it is. That's not going to happen. They're going to have to adapt. They're going to have to change. But to me, that's what makes a really compelling event. I mean, when we're on Big Fox on Sunday afternoon, I have no idea what this tournament is going to look like. It can look like a totally different body of water.
Dave, we're going to turn over the wheel to you in just a little while. We lost Dave. Okay, Dave, you got a special guest for us coming up on the halftime show?
That's right, we do. We're going to be joined by, how about this? You know, we try to get people who have done well in the body of water, people who are experts. Panger did a great job yesterday. Well, Christine Fisher, she won a kayak event here 2 weeks ago, and she's going to be our guest during the halftime show. So we're going to get a great perspective from an incredible female angler. Obviously, you see what she does with Bassmaster. Her but she is, in my opinion, there's a lot of ladies trying to kind of make the next step in the sport. She has gone from kayak angling to now she's fishing in the opens in a boat. And if I had to put a bet, which, I mean, where I'm standing is a good place to put a bet, I'm betting that Christine Fisher becomes the first ever Elite Series, a female Elite Series competitor at some point in the future. But she's going to be our guest at the halftime show before she becomes famous and Elite Series pro.
Sounds great. You got just enough time to turn around, walk in there, and play. You don't play, you don't win, Dave. You might want to go ahead and place a quick bet and get some cash going that way. Thank you much. Dave Mercer will be here with the halftime show here about, oh gosh, in 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes.
What?
The rain is here.
The rain is here.
Coming to you live from the Niagara Falls over here. Pretty good wet day out here. I don't know if these are ideal flipping bush conditions, but we're still doing it.
Andrew Loberg, who finished top 10 in a Junior World Championship many, many years ago. Not rest there.
Originally from California. Surprised me when I was talking to him last night that he said he caught a lot of his fish that he weighed in flipping bushes, and he has not done that very much. I said, well, you're pretty good at it to be new at it.
You think he's,
Well,
he's
water in
been-
California doesn't get that high.
Yeah. He's probably got some Delta experience. He's probably got the Highland Reservoirs, Oroville, and you know the
A little,
Falls,
yeah.
yeah.
But and then he
Folsom.
lives close to Gunnersville now. Not a lot of bush flipping going on there at
No.
Gunnersville. It's more vegetation. So,
yeah.
hey, he was just being honest with us.
Yeah. We were with him early this morning. In fact, I think we've been the first or second guy we visited this morning. We watched this go down. Now take a look at that place where we're getting this to. See,
Notice the
see boat
marina?
dock? Yeah, boat dock marina. Look at this nice fish here.
4-pounder.
You proclaimed it at the time, a 4-pounder.
7 o'clock, exactly 7 a.m.
4 bushes up.
Okay, this was like 20 minutes ago.
So 2 hours and 23 minutes later, Chris Johnson, the exact same stretch.
Lands one that looks similar and then calls it a 4-pounder.
Yes. And Chris knows what a 4-pounder looks like. I don't think he exaggerated. Now, here's the dilemma. Is that the same fish? Well, if you notice how few 4-pounders are being caught, I'm going to go to the casino and be all in with my chip saying that's the exact same fish.
I'm with you. I back you on that one. No doubt about it. What a curiosity. That is not usual.
No.
No, that is not. That is unusual.
You know, that fish Loberg would have had the weight he had yesterday, 17.9. He's got 15.10 right now, our big Becky. He's got three pounders.
Wow.
Small of a 2-4. If he had that 4-pounder, he'd be right there.
Moral of the story, don't leave anything for Chris Johnson to possibly get a look at because he will take it for himself. Dave Mercer told us about that. Moving on through the morning, headed toward the halfway point of day number 2, all-important moving day out here. Move yourself into the top 50 or move on down the road. That's the long and the short of it right there. There's our unofficial standings. Leaderboard for the Lowrance Bassmaster lead here at Lake Tenkiller with rookie Andrew Loberg. Seized the lead yesterday, hung on through it through the weigh-in, and he is hanging on to it through today. As a matter of fact, he's got a good margin over second place Keith Combs as it stands right now. Greg DePalma, Trey McKinney, all three except for Keith have held the lead at some point today. Bob Downey as well, same story with him. Carl Jochimson hanging tough here. He's the defending champion. His first one here 6 years ago. There's old Bob Downey in 5th place right there.
Oh, Bob Downey.
Not old in any way, but that's his nickname.
Is it OLD or OLE?
OLE. OLE.
Is it
Oh.
You get Seth
Yeah.
give you that straight?
No.
No.
That's just from
Oh, okay.
the way Mercer says it, the way
Oh, okay.
old Bob Downey.
Okay.
I think maybe Tim Price with Johnson Outdoors
Ah.
started the old, or Joby.
Yeah.
May have been Joby.
Old Bob Downey.
Old Bob Downey has always got a good, steady demeanor, good positive attitude.
Really does. Very talented fisherman as well.
Yes.
He's up there in
Honestly,
Minnesota.
way too nice of a fisherman to be or way too nice of a person to be a professional fisherman. I mean,
Wait a minute, Ron.
Hey, Ray.
I was one.
Wait a minute.
you've gotten much nicer since 2016, Dave. No, I'm just kidding.
It's tough to be a professional angler. You have your good days and your bad, and you always need to be thankful and have a
It's
smile
just
on your
around the
face. And old
corner.
Bob Downey is that.
Yeah, he always seems thankful to be here too. So that counts for a lot. The closer you are to the dam, the more you are getting rained on at this point on Friday morning. This has been a persistent rain train weather system. It's been sort of off and on for the past, gosh,
3
many
years.
days.
See it raining
3
right
years.
down lake
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
I mowed my backyard the other day. It's rained every day since then. I didn't get the chance to mow the front. So I'll probably end up mowing both of them again when the back gets long enough and it's finally dry enough. You know, like it's going to be that long of a time.
You want to get them both knocked out at the same time.
Well,
Yeah.
the
hate
girls, you gotta, we get,
Oh,
the
here it
daylight
comes.
goes longer. So you put the girls down at 7:30 and you still have daylight. I did the back, I can't wake them up by mowing the, so.
It almost feels like you're talking to your wife right now.
No, I just, you know.
There's three reasons I can't mow this yard right here today. And I'll start with number one.
We got the windows right. I can't, you know, they're not soundproof, you know.
Darn these windows.
Made a good point about closer to the dam where the rain is. Jordan Lee told us earlier he was up the river and he doesn't even have his raincoat on. Did not have a camera with Trey McKinney yesterday, but you can definitely see his game plan is to fish not in the bushes, but not very far away
Not
from
far,
them.
he's kind of on the first drop under that would
Yep.
be in a regular
Probably the
water
normal
situation.
shoreline. Yep.
Yeah, the normal shoreline. Yeah, because he has maintained steady that distance from the bank.
Get the opportunity to get fish coming to the bushes if it rises from deeper and fish
Yep.
coming off if it keeps dropping.
Yeah.
We've talked about it. The biggest story of the week is the water level. You know, we had the kayak series here 2 weeks ago, and it was 8 feet high. It dropped down to full pool. We said it's probably going to stay there for the tournament. It has risen up again and fallen once again. I'm here at the Humminbird Screen of Knowledge to show the water level changes just for the sample of this week. So when we look at the water table info, this date right here is June 7th when the anglers arrived Saturday afternoon to get ready for Sunday's practice. You have Sunday and the water rose from 634 to, by the time the day was done, over 637. So a 3-foot rise on day one of practice. It rose another 1.5 feet for day two. It stayed there. And then when we get to June 10th, guys, that was the final day of practice. That was Tuesday afternoon was the last time they were on the water. Wednesday, they want the off day sometimes to get organized. Well, this off day meant another 1.5 foot change, and that water was falling by the time they launched their boats Thursday morning. Since then, it has leveled out a lot more, very small increment of dropping from yesterday to today. But like we said, if you're up the river where it's flatter, it can make a bigger difference. And I wanted to show that on Humminbird Lake Master, showing that if you get up the river a little bit more, narrower, flatter areas for sure. You can see the red here. That is our 0 to 5 foot shaded region. And you can see how far it extends out into the lake, into the river, where if you're fishing bushes on this point and it drops 5 inches, 6 inches, maybe a foot, it's going to put a lot less water horizontally out there. Whereas when you're down lake, maybe off the main lake, steep channel drops, maybe even some of the bigger pockets on this lake, that 1 to 2 foot, or the 1 foot drop, 6 inch drop, it goes up and down just slightly. So in and out for those flatter banks up the river, really affecting the bush guys. Down lake, if you have a good bush area or you're fishing marina docks or something, the water's gonna go up and down just slightly, not nearly gonna have the impact on these guys. So where you choose, depending on Tenkiller, where you're at during that given day, could really make a difference on the drastic swing. It may drop 6 inches the whole lake, Davey, but it's gonna feel way different in one area versus the other.
McKinney hooked up as we speak here. Looks like a decent one, huh?
Mm-hmm. What doesn't feel different is Trey McKinney with another fish on.
Man, he doesn't stop. He doesn't take breaks.
Pretty good one.
That's gonna help him.
Sir. Oh yeah. Purple. Not a bad call. Like 2.6.
Rain passing right on through.
A little while ago, Jason Christie was on one fish. He just filled his limit with a 3-pounder. He's got 7.5. He's inside the cut right now with several small fish to get rid of.
We kind of need Jason Christie to make the cut, don't we?
Yes, we
For
do.
a little equilibrium out there, yeah.
Get rid of them 12-ouncers. He's got 2 of them.
I'm sure that
Some things that we predict might have some validity to them. It'll be fun, though, to see how it plays out today. Again, we're looking for the top 50 after today as we approach the midway point of our Bassmaster live presentation. Andrew Loberg holding down the lead at the top. Keith Combs having a good tournament up here in Oklahoma. Greg DePalma, Trey McKinney, Bob Downey. Our top 5 as it stands right now. Coming up next, it's the halftime show with Dave, Kyle, Christine Fisher, and maybe Bo No.
It is moving day on the Bassmaster Elite Series. 101 anglers battling it out here in the great state of Oklahoma. Tenkiller Lake is our playing field. 101 of them remain here on Friday the 13th. It'll be good luck for 50 of them and bad luck for 51, because 51 will be going home after today. 50 will move into semifinals Saturday, and this has been one of the most unstable fisheries we've seen in a long, long time. Everything changing every single day. I had several anglers say to me this morning that they don't even know if the person that wins this tournament has any idea they're about to win this tournament, because it keeps changing. Welcome into the Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. And Cal, Jesse, would you agree with that statement?
I would. It seems like that was a common theme throughout practice and, the day off. A lot of guys said that. I mean, with the amount of changing conditions, somebody that was on nothing in practice or, even whatever they were on could turn into something completely different by the time the tournament turns around. Obviously, fluctuating water, big story this week. Rain, obviously, we've seen that on the water. A lot of things going on, but it's made for a really interesting tournament so far.
The biggest shocker of the day, number one weigh-in. And, I mean, me and you talked about it. You've spent a bunch of time in this body of water over the years going to college. And you told me every single time you have been here, you saw Jason Christie's trailer in the parking lot to see how he struggled. Even when we saw what happened on the water with him yesterday, he lost a couple of fish. But me and you both agreed he'll be fine. He's going to figure this out. To see him struggle like that, shocking.
No doubt. I mean, we saw him lose those two big ones on camera, and it didn't even feel like that big of a deal. Felt like in a situation where he was going to get those bites back, whether it be up on the bank, out deep. You heard him kind of battling those demons later in the day with the conditions, knowing that he should probably be up on the bank and not out deep. But, when you're a local and you have some of those secret spots and those places you really want to fish, you want that to work. Going to be interesting to see what he can do here on day 2 as well.
He's Jason Christie, so I would not count him out. But let's get caught up with everybody that we have cameras with our Yamaha midday report. And we'll kick things off with your reigning and defending Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Chris Johnson, trying to steal a few points away from Jay Shakura. He did it at the last event. Can he keep that grind going here this week? I love seeing that scene right there.
No question. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. This is going to be a telling event in the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race for the final 2 events after this one. Chris Johnston, obviously we see what he does up north every single year, but easily one of the most well-versed anglers, versatile, can do everything that an angler needs to do. We see him up shallow, fishing the bank, flipping, then we see him offshore there, obviously getting bites as well. I mean, one of the absolute best anglers on the Elite Series. Be a special thing to win back-to-back Angler of the Year titles for Chris.
Chris Johnson is in a great position. Points are going to be a lot harder to earn in the next 2 because it's going to be a lot harder to have anybody slip. But Jay Shakura has not slipped a lot, but a guy who's having a big week here this week, a 3-time Classic qualifier and a Bassmaster Open winner, Bob Downey.
Seems like Bob Downey really slides under the radar a lot of times in these tournaments, and then he'll slide up. Yeah, I mean, he's just very quiet. I mean, but such a well-rounded angler, just like Chris Johnston. See him early this morning. I mean, one of the quickest anglers to have a limit in the boat, swimming a jig, fishing shallow, doing what he likes to do. It's been a lot of fun to watch. Be interesting to see what he does later this afternoon. I know he's mixing in some flipping as well. We've seen some of those bigger bites come in the afternoon. Really solid start for Bob so far, sitting in 5th place, and a couple bites away from being up there and having a chance to really win this thing.
Little swing jig action as well.
Bob has knocked at the door several times. He's been very close to Elite Series titles in the past. A very consistent angler. The question is, will there be water in his areas come the weekend? And a guy who, well, speaking of consistency, it just feels like we might as well just carve a spot out for him in our top 10 because he is perpetually in it. The youngest Elite Series champion in history, Illinois' Trey McKinney.
Yeah, I mean, Trey McKinney just won't go away. I mean, he is currently, it seems like he's always in the top 10, always on camera. I mean, how many days since he's been an Elite Series pro have we seen Trey McKinney on camera? It is outstanding what he has done in a really short amount of time. Early this year, struggled at St. John's River, the first tournament of the year, finished 89th. Since then, how about an 8th, a 2nd, a 3rd, 11th, 3rd, and 29th? And currently inside the top 10 here. Easton Fothergill's got a lot of the attention for, turning things around, deservedly so, but Trey McKinney is having an outstanding comeback season after that tough event.
Hard to believe that Trey McKinney's not been here for 2 full seasons. Let's have a look at your tournament leader, Elite Series rookie Andrew Loberg. Him and his roommates are doing some damage on the Elite Series. The Surge squad has been represented 2 Elite Series titles already, and Loberg would like to be in the next.
Absolutely. I mean, it's an interesting thing because those guys that he rooms with have had such great success, obviously up there in the top of Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year standings. But, you know, obviously Andrew's had some ups and downs this season. Had some tough events, had a good one at Hartwell. We saw all of them have a lot of success there. But, you know, I think a lot of people probably assumed he might be off the bank doing the live scope deal, you know, like we've seen a lot of the anglers in the top 10 do. But Andrew Loberg staying up shallow, flipping, obviously fishing boat docks. Told me yesterday every single fish he had was a largemouth, and so far that's what we've seen him do today. Missed a really nice one early this morning, but what was really interesting to see was how cool, calm, and collective he was when that happened, because those 4-pound bites are far from guaranteed, and missing one is a real heartbreaker.
Lives in Alabama now, but he's from California, Clear Lake. He is used to fishing the way he is fishing. Let's check in with him live right now.
Some new stretches, haven't really made any calls, just kind of seeing what's going on. The water definitely has dropped. So I'm just trying to figure out if there's any other little sections I've missed in practice. I'm going to try to fish a couple more around this area of the lake, and then I want to sizzle it up that river and see what's going on. I know the water's cleaned up there, and shook a couple up in practice up there, so I haven't been in there in the tournament yet. So I'm hoping that there's a few fish to be caught up there to kind of set myself up for another day or so fishing. But yeah, we're just gonna plug away and keep flipping, man. Flipping's one of my favorite things to do. You know, growing up on that Cal Delta, man, that's all we like to do is flip that big weight and a mat and hold on. So I'm loving it. I'm soaked right now in the rain, but it's a good feeling to have a decent sack of fish right now. So just gonna keep grinding away. We've got plenty of time to figure something out, and hopefully run into one of those fatties. You know, those 4 and 5 pounders. You know, I was surprised that there wasn't one in that 5+ pound range yesterday. So it'd be cool to run into one of those suckers and get them in the boat. But yeah, again, stoked on what we got, but we definitely got to make a couple plays here and put some fish in the boat and get some bites. And it is dumping. Good thing the fish are already wet. 'Cause I'm pruning up. Oh. We should probably roll somewhere. We're gonna make a move anyways.
You know it's raining. You know it's raining when you don't even need to look at the screen to know it's raining. But what he said, he's comfortable with a flipping stick in his hand. He told me this morning, I'm going to have to move. I'm going to have to adjust throughout the week. To me, this makes an incredible event. Watching these anglers adapt right now, looking at Chris Johnson.
There's a marina in here. I mean, I'm gonna run up the river.
And according to Davey Height, the belief is that Chris Johnson caught that big fish that Loberg lost this morning.
Based on what we saw, if it wasn't the same fish, it was the next door neighbor of that fish, because it's certainly in the similar area. Interesting to see those two, you know, number one, fishing in the same area, but also keying in on the fact that, you know, that was a point. You know, a lot of the fish seemed like earlier on in the tournament, day one, you know, further backs in the creeks, that water falling out, obviously causing some of those fish to move out towards the front of the pockets and the points.
There's been a lot of talk about versatility. I mean, I'll just call it out with the debate over forward-facing sonar, with the talk of will things be changing in the future? Will we have a limit to that, events-wise and stuff like that? And the one thing that I've kind of said, and many people have said from the beginning, is you just want your angler of the year tested. You want to see that they're versatile in every way. This tournament could be a kind of a microcosm of that, because there's a chance that we're going to see somebody start with a flipping stick and finish in the middle.
No doubt. I mean, that is certainly true. When you look at the full body of work, and it's not just for the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title. I mean, making the Classic, requalifying, whatever it might be. I mean, you want them to be tested, and when you come to this event to start with, let's just say under completely normal circumstances, level water, it might not look like this. I mean, it might look entirely like what we're watching Chris Johnston do here and fish off the bank. I mean, it's created a very versatile, having to change up type tournament.
Well, we talked about it, but let's have a look at it. Andrew Loberg with a big
just had one.
Lost fish here this morning. We're going to have a look at that, and we're going to compare the two. But you see Loberg hooked up 7 a.m. this morning. Pay attention to where that fish came from. 4-pounder, not. A lot of those have been weighed in here this week. Now let's move ahead a little in time. And Chris Johnston, boy, he is right there. A little over 2 hours later. You do not see a lot of fish that size here. And I mean, if you watch our weigh-in, 4-pounders, I mean, there's been a bunch of 3s, a lot of heavy 2s. 4-pounders are very rare. And, I mean, I don't want to bet against Davey Height. Davey Height said he would throw his money down here at the casino and bet that that was the exact same fish. We'll never really know, but as you said, if that isn't the same fish, that is the next door neighbor.
Absolutely. I mean, yesterday I think we only saw 4 or 5 4-pounders during weigh-in, so definitely not a lot of them, and a massive catch there for Chris Johnston.
Well, if I know Chris Johnston, I know regardless whether it's the same fish, he's going to tell Loberg it is the exact same fish. We got great stuff coming up for you. Christine Fisher, hot off her win in the Bassmaster Kayak Series, going to join us and break down the very body of water where she got it done. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back into the Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. There, a look at your leader here at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Tenkiller. Andrew Loberg with 33 pounds, 3 ounces. Keith Combs trying to chase him down. And yet again in the top 10, Trey McKinney, Greg Palma, Bob Downey, Carl Jacobson, our defending champion. Man, Tenkiller works very, very well for him. Wes Logan, Scott Canterbury, hot off winning a gold medal. And in 10th place, you see Justin Atkinson. In 10th place, Jordan Lee. But let's get out to him live right now.
In the rain, baby. In the rain. Let it flood. Let it flood. Keep them in them bushes. 3-pounder, biggest one of the day. Nice trade.
Let it rain indeed. Let it flood. As Jordan Lee said, because he's making it rain fish right now. And Jordan Lee has never won an Elite Series event. I always joke with him that he's only good at those classics. He just doesn't have the stamina to last the 4th day of competition. But Kyle Jesse, you said what he's doing, in your opinion, could last.
It's the most interesting thing so far. Just about an hour ago on live, we got to hear him break down what he was doing, fishing the upper end of the lake, trying to fish that dirtier water that's been a little untapped. You see a lot of guys down lake in the clearer water. If he can make that last and tap into a bite that nobody else is doing, even that water dropping with that dirtier water, I mean, those fish might stay up there. It'd be really interesting to see what he does the rest of this event.
Well, speaking of tapping into a bite that nobody else is doing, I don't know if she was the only one doing it, but Christine Fisher dominated the kayak event just 2 weeks ago, and we are happy to have you join us. Did your damage shallow, I believe, with a cull shad for the bulk part of it. But Christine, it's amazing how this fishery continues to change just 2 weeks later.
Yeah, you know, one of the really surprising things is it's setting up almost identical to how it was for our event, starting at around 8 feet high and then dropping around 2 foot a day. So, you know, varying water levels, a lot of different fluctuations there, and a lot of different patterns at play. So it's been a really fun event to watch when I've been able to kind of peek in and see what the guys are doing.
Number one, why am I not surprised you're on the lake fishing right now? That is to no surprise of anybody. But number two, I want to ask you, you know, you're sitting behind a boat dock there, and I know boat docks were a big part of your game plan. Talk to me about the stability of fishing those docks. You know, the water rising and falling is going to affect those floating boat docks a lot. Kind of walk me through what you were doing and how those boat docks played out.
Well, you know, for me, when I was breaking down the lake, I found that there were large populations of fish in certain areas, but there was also a lot of dead water. And I knew with that water level dropping, I wanted to find a little bit more of a stable bite. So I really focused on some steeper banks. And then again, those floating docks, I felt like with the water dropping, as those fish kind of started to transition out, a lot of those docks and how they were positioned and some of that structure around the mouths of the creeks, I felt like was going to be a very stable, very consistent bite that would not only, you know, produce over 2 days, but also I found out it reloaded hourly.
Christine, you're an incredible individual. I mean, I think we're lucky to have you as a Bassmaster ambassador. We're lucky to have you as part of this sport. Your transition from kayak events, obviously, you won that 2 weeks ago. You're competing in the opens. I don't know if I put too much pressure on you, but a few minutes ago I predicted that you will be the first female angler ever to make the Bassmaster Elite Series. Do not make me a liar. Is that going to happen in the future?
You know, that would be an ultimate dream come true, but a bigger dream for me is just to see it happen in my lifetime. And if it's the next girl coming up through high school, I will be ugly crying, cheering her on. It doesn't need to be me. Man, would it be cool? Would it be a dream? Yes, sir. But more than anything, my goodness, I just want to see more gals doing it, and I want to see it happen in my lifetime because I think that would be so dang good for our sport.
Christine, it's obviously been well, published how much success you've had in a kayak. Obviously, just winning the one, a few weeks ago, and then multiple kayak wins over the last handful of years. Making the transition to additionally fishing out of the front of the boat this year on the opens. Kind of walk me through what that's been like, and that challenge.
You know, the biggest challenge for me is just getting to a place where I can focus on the fishing. And not learning the boat positioning has been really challenging, just kind of making it to where I understand how this boat moves, how the trolling motor works, just the little odd and end things that go wrong out on the water, running the boat. You know, I've been up here on Champlain, and that was my first big water experience, and goodness, do I need a little bit more practice doing that. So I think my main goal is to eventually get to a place, you know, the fishing's the same. Breaking down the water is the same. I really approach it in a very similar manner, but it's just learning all the nuances of the boat control, boat positioning, which is so big, especially we see it now with these guys fishing boat docks and, you know, kind of fishing some of those areas. It's critical. So I think that's going to be the biggest challenge, but as far as the approach, it's very similar for me.
One of the amazing things about the Bassmaster program and the amazing job that you do, the rest of the ladies do that are part of that, is you inspire a next generation. I see young ladies, ladies of all ages leaving those clinics, and they feel like they have a home, like they've got. But if you right now could look into that camera and give advice to ladies that want to follow in your footsteps and chase that same dream, what would it be?
Best advice I can give anybody, and this goes for anyone across the board, is to completely tune out all the noise, all the negativity. Surround yourself with positive people that believe in you. Seems like, you know, that's a pretty difficult thing anymore, but really just hone in, listen to that inner voice that you've got, and if you believe it's something that you want to do and it's your dream, That's all really you need to listen to. Now, there's a lot of negativity out there, but you got to remember those negative people aren't making the risks and the sacrifices that you're doing to accomplish that dream. So at the end of the day, you just got to keep going for it.
One last question, back to Tenkiller. I know you've been fishing, and I don't know how much you've been paying attention to this event, but if you had to ride a pattern to win this event on all the way through to Sunday, what would it be?
You know, obviously, I knew that forward-facing sonar was going to play, but I didn't think it would dominate that top 10. I still am a big believer in that swim bait bite. You know, I'm surprised. I'd really like to see Christy get a little more shallow. I saw him kind of fishing some of that scattered brush out in front of Chicken Creek, but especially with learning about his heritage with Ned Christie, as if he did need another layer of intimidation. I really think that flipping bite and that big swim bait bite, you know, there's big populations in those areas, and that stuff, I really think it's going to reload. I want to see one of the flipping guys and some of the guys throwing those swim baits around. I think that could do it.
Well, thank you very much, Christine. I'll let you get back to fishing. There's not a day that Christine isn't fishing. Obviously, we had a little spotty audio service there. And the greatest thing is I heard Christine fine, but all of a sudden, Kyle Jesse, it is raining so hard here right now, I can't hear her anymore. Thank you very much, Christine. Good to see the weather's better where you're at. It's inclement here right now, Kyle Jesse.
We've been watching it rain all day on live, and it hasn't made its way to where we're at, and then all of a sudden it is certainly coming down. Like Jordan Lee said, let it come down. Let's keep that water up, that shallow bite going, and see what happens.
Well, it is definitely raining right now, but atop the leaderboard, the same leader since day number 1, California's Andrew Loberg, 33 pounds, 3 ounces. Trying to chase him down, a 3-time Bassmaster winner, 3-time TTBC champion Keith Combs, and Trey McKinney, the young angler that will never go away, perpetually part of the top 10. We'll continue to follow the action. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Bassmaster halftime show. It continues to rain here on Tenkiller in Oklahoma. We promised that things were going to be unstable, and unstable they have continued. A nice view of Jacob Faust crossing the water, but Tenkiller has a beautiful part of the world. I mean, you're at the foothills of the Ozark Mountains. But, man, we have dealt with everything here this week. We've had sun, we've had rain, we've had rising water, dropping water. One thing has stayed consistent, and that is your tournament leader, Andrew Loberg. Took the lead yesterday, and for a little while it looked like he might struggle this morning, but he has not struggled at all. He is back in the lead with 33 pounds, 3 ounces, and a 3-pound lead, just under a 3-pound lead, in this particular tournament is huge.
Absolutely. I mean, he's still got a 2.4 in the live well, a 2.12. You know, he catches a couple more 3-pounders or lands a 4+ like we saw him obviously have the opportunity to do this morning, and it's going to change his tournament around completely. And the one thing he said, you know, he said he was comfortable with a flipping stick in his hand, doing what he's doing. That's the best way to describe watching him on camera. Like,
yeah.
He looks incredibly, incredibly comfortable.
Well, you have done some whittling of numbers and got your abacus out. You got a little bass track breakdown for us?
I'm not sure I'm going to do quite as good of a job as Steve Bowman does at breaking down the numbers, but I'm going to do my absolute best. All week long, we've heard guys talk about the early morning bite, the shallow bite. We saw that play out certainly on day 1. You know, the first question is, what's the best bite window for numbers? And, you know, yesterday, the first hour and a half, you know, we saw 136 catches on Bass Track from 7 to 8. That was a massive, massive window. From 8 to 9, 117, you know, catches in that window. Later on in the day, it drops off significantly, though. You look at the 10 o'clock to 11 window, only 79 catches, and then it tailors off even more, 11 to noon, 47 catches. The numbers are certainly coming in the morning, and we've seen that today so far on camera. A lot of our anglers catching a limit extremely fast. A lot of guys talked about during practice, the off day, kind of a lingering shad spawn. Jason Christie even alluded to that. Hence the reason that early morning bite window is really good. However, like we've seen a lot this year, this seems to be one of the common trends, is the best bite window for the bigger fish has been late. Yesterday, during that 136 catches between 7 and 8, we only saw, well, only 7, 3+ pounders caught. to put it into perspective, from 11 to noon, there was only 47 catches total, and 8 of those were 3+ pounders. The hour before that, 6 of them. I mean, the afternoon has certainly been a big time for those 3+ pounders. You know, it's going to be interesting to see today if that obviously holds out. And then, you know, looking at it today, a lot of the same. 7 to 8, we're seeing 115 catches on Bass Track. Just under that from 8 to 9, and then obviously it's slowed down a little bit, but you would think with these conditions, the rain, overcast, that shallow bite would prolong, but with the falling water, it's going to be an interesting thing to see. There's so many things to keep an eye on in this tournament.
Yeah.
I think that's really what's made it so much fun to cover and watch as a fan, is just the fact that you really don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like each level. You're leveling up like a video game. It just gets harder and harder as you go along. That afternoon bite is not what anglers talked about coming into this event. Most anglers I talked to, they were all like, it's all about the first hour to 2 hours in the morning, but clearly the numbers prove different.
Absolutely. It just started pouring rain. It was pretty fun. Got us up to 11 and a quarter. Not a giant bag, but you know, decent for 10:30. With a, you know, I got like a 120 in there, so you know, I went up into the dirtier water where I caught 2 of my wave fish yesterday, and had one break me off and caught one small one, so wasn't getting a good vibe, so I came back down here right before where I started. And I know I've missed some fish down through here, just because how much cover there is. But I definitely think the fish are not way up tight in the stuff. I've got a couple bites out on some of these logs. They've been small, but I'm just trying to kind of feel it out, you know. Definitely not what I did yesterday. There's one. He was little. Felt him just pecking it. What I did yesterday, it seems really hard to just duplicate. Off the same stretches, fishing like this, but I know there's probably way more fish out from me, but it seems like my better bites, you know, those 3+ pounders have all been in something. Well, we lost probably about 3/4 of a foot. But I'm optimistic. I mean, I'm definitely not changing up my game plan at all. I mean, all it takes is one right pitch. Or a couple of them. And you got all this debris and just a bunch of just nasty stuff they can be in. But there are definitely not a lot of bites to be had. Way up in the stuff. Just like this log right here, how it's just laying, it's not even attached to the bottom, but there'll be one like just suspended on it, and
Jordan Lee, the most important word that he said there is optimistic. It's amazing to see him to go to what many would assume a negative and turn it into a positive. But a guy that's turned things positive with one big bite. And really, it seems like things are perpetually positive for Chris Johnston. And once again, he has put himself in an opportunity to defend his Angler of the Year title.
No question. So hard to do. I mean, just to have the opportunity to be right there is so hard to do as it is, which is why it's so difficult to come back from, you know, after doing it once.
Hooked up live.
Probably bigger than the 1-1. That's not pretty.
I wish I could tell you that was a special rain filter that we're using to perpetuate the rain, but that is not. That is what our camera folks are dealing with, and a special shout out to all of them. They are the true unsung heroes of this sport. I always say there's three groups: the wives of the anglers, the service crew, and the camera folks. They deal with everything, and I mean, shooting a fishing show is tough, but shooting when somebody's competing, there is no, I mean, if you were shooting a fishing show, you'd be off the water by now. You'd be in having a warm drink or something, but they are battling through and getting great footage.
You'd be doing what we're doing and hiding under a tent where we're not going to get wet. Doing that job even under perfect conditions, you know, Chamber of Commerce weather is not easy. Stand out there all day long, you know, grinding the elements, but especially in tournaments like this where you're getting constant rain, it's just miserable to be out there, and those guys continue to deliver, so we appreciate them so much.
One of the overused words in bass fishing, I mean, there's a few that come along, but grind is one. But I feel this week, a word that I've not heard a lot of in bass fishing, but I'm hearing a lot of it, is pruned up. Anglers are pruned up. A guy who's not old enough to be pruned up is Trey McKinney, the youngest Elite Series champion in history.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this rain definitely, I don't see it helping me. The more it rains, overcast, in my opinion, the tighter they sit the stuff. It's usually, it happens both ways. Like when it's cloudy, they sit tighter. The fish that are deep, the fish that are shallow roam. It just makes it weird when it's like this. I would rather have it sunny for me, just because I feel like fish will get out and cruise these breaks, look for bait to eat, stuff like that. Without them doing that, it makes it a little harder to catch, just because they're hunkered down on their one piece of structure, their little house. And right now, it's been pretty tough. If they're on something, I don't know if it's because people can see it and more people throw to it or what, but it is tough when you get them on structure. They're either bite it or they literally just don't even look. Like no in between. Like right now, I think I'm in a bunch of crappie and stuff. Seen a bunch of fish, but 2-pounders. Pound 80s, pound 80s, pound 80s, like everywhere. I've been reeling it away from I don't know how many, just because I don't want them to tear my worm. Because they're literally everywhere, but they're all small. All of them. Come on. We just need one random.
Well, they say honesty is the best policy, and I'm just going to tell you, with how hard the rain is here, I basically heard Charlie Brown's teacher right there. I heard womp, 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 womp. Let's go over to Bob Downey.
We had a rain cell come through, and I felt like my gut was telling me I needed to get down here and at least try it while we had those conditions. I wasn't expecting to catch, you know, 2-3 pounders doing it like yesterday, but felt like I had to try it and at least get it out of my system. So we'll throw it a little bit more down through here, but it's definitely been tougher. You know, since that morning flurry we had. I'll be curious to see if we can get any bites flipping this afternoon, or if that's really fading on us. I'm not sure yet. I haven't really flipped much down the lake here. After I had my weight yesterday, I kind of just did some different stuff to try and save some stretches, but I'm not sure. This shallow bite after the morning has not been super easy. We've had, I don't know, 7 or 8 keeper bites so far doing it today. But I mean, with that rain cell we just had, I mean, there's water pouring into the lake in these little ditches right now, so who knows? We'll keep an eye on water levels this evening, and if it comes back up, you know, maybe that bite will materialize again, but it's been a little tough so far after the morning. I'm gonna throw this swim bait down through this corner. This corner is where I caught the 3-pound smallie yesterday, and I had another one swirl on it yesterday. So I'm gonna finish out this stretch, and then I'm gonna go flip again, at least for a couple hours. And if it's not happening, I may have to go offshore. There's some brush and rock areas I caught some fish offshore, but you know, we got 11.5 to 11 3/4, 12 pounds maybe. I really would love to get above 13. If we could get to 14, that I think would keep us up in the top 10. So we're really only 2, 3-pound plus bites away from having a good day. And 3-pounders are not easy to come by out here, but we had a couple of them yesterday, so it's definitely doable.
That'll give you an idea of what's going through Bob Downey's mind. And I said this lake was unstable. And if you don't realize how unstable it's been, we go from shot to shot where it looks beautiful out, and then it is teeming rain. It is all over the place. But we're going to get it all. The train's going to get back in the track because we're bringing Steve Bowman in here. He's going to tell us what Bo knows right after this. Bassmaster halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats. And that picture right there just doesn't do it justice. What is happening out there on Tenkiller? But the leaderboard, well, it hasn't changed. It's been the one stable thing from the beginning. Andrew Loberg has led this event since day number 1. Elite Series rookie from California, 33 pounds and 3 ounces. Trying to chase him down, Keith Combs, Trey McKinney, Greg DePalm in the mix, and old Bob, we saw him for a little while, and guess what? We are on Tenkiller, and Carl Jacobson going to be a player, and he has proven that once again here this week. Going to be joined by Steve Bowman, what Bo knows, but before we get into that, Steve, and I appreciate everything you bring. My daughter Cadence loved the history lesson yesterday, learned all about Ned Christie, so thank you for that. You got some breaking news off the water, Kyle Jesse.
Yeah, so Keith Combs just made another cull. He's up to 16 1/4 so far in the day, the best bag we've seen to this point. You know, really challenging for the lead from Andrew Loberg. Got a report from Dalton Tumblin. Yesterday, we speculated that it was possible he'd be out deep cranking because that's something we saw a good bit on day 1, something he's so good at. But reports from Dalton Tumblin on the water said he's flipping, shallow cranking, not something we've seen quite as much, parallel on the bank. Ironically, something he had a lot of success here in 2019 when the Elite Series was here. So Keith Combs fishing shallow, said the flip and bite is much better today. That's what he's going to stick with.
Great job from Dalton getting us that information off the water. We got him anglers covered whether they have a camera with them or a still camera with them. And Bowman, you're going to regale us with some knowledge as you always do.
Can you spell regale? I never know how to spell that.
I work in the spoken word, not the written word.
There you go. Well, you know, we were looking at the standings there, and it's really kind of interesting because we saw similar to that yesterday. Because, but when the weigh-in was over, it was a total different story. Would you agree?
Yes, very much.
Yesterday, Thursday, as I'm calling it, the terrific day. It's
terrific.
I'm using a play on words.
Oh, I see what you did there.
There you go. That's what I'm doing there. So, and I'm going to remind you of when we were at Hartwell. There were a lot of ties.
There was.
Matter of fact, we actually, Kyle and I working on a statistical database for everything. We actually kind of pronounced Hartwell as having the most ties so far, you know, and we don't know in least history, but maybe in the last 4 or 5 years.
In recent memory.
Yesterday blew it away. Okay.
Really?
Yes, it did. There were 12 ties in just the top 50 yesterday. 12 anglers, or 12 different ties that involved at least half that field, half the field of 50. Previously at Hartwell, there were 10 ties in the top 50. Then we get it gets even tighter. There are 25 different ties here going into the day as compared to 20 different at Hartwell. A total of 68 anglers started today in a tie of some sort, and at Hartwell it was 43.
Wow.
That includes 9 3-way ties, 1 4-way tie, and 1 5-way tie. I mean, the idea. So we're talking about for how all of this is so close and everything. And you talked about the differences in the how the standings are formulating. That one fish, that one fish, that one fish. Well, you know, there's going into the day there was just 15 ounces separating 11th through 27th. 15 ounces. You know, I mean that's a Kentucky. That's a 12-inch Kentucky bass, right? 3 pounds separated the top 17. 3 pounds separated 17th to 63rd, and 3 pounds exactly separated 63rd to the end of the line, 101st. Wow. So that one 3-pounder that we saw, 3+ pounder that we saw Loberg lose, and Chris Johnson potentially catch. The ones that y'all were talking about, Christie yesterday losing 2 of those type of fish. Those are incredible difference makers. They mean a lot of difference between 101st to 1st, actually, because that's how tight everything is. It's really too close for comfort.
And that's something that Matt Pangrak talked about yesterday before we even came on camera is, you know, a lot of tournaments when we go to Florida, for instance, you know, you hear guys talk about your day is, you know, only as good as your biggest fish. You know, you can have a limit full of 2-pounders all day long, but without that 6+ pounder, you're not going to really have a chance to have a lot of success. Here, he made the comment that it's really dependent on your smallest fish because we're not seeing a whole lot of fish over, you know, yesterday we already talked about it, 4+ pounders during weigh-in. I mean, we've seen Keith Combs with a 5. So realistically, the chances of catching a 6+ pounder to this point in the tournament seems super unlikely. So
really
the difference between having a 1.5 and a 2.5 at the bottom end of your live well really makes a really big difference.
Or a 1 1/4, because that was prevailing theme in the weigh-in line yesterday. It's like, how'd you do? I got a small one.
Couldn't get rid of the small one.
Couldn't get rid of the small one. I had 2 small ones. Couldn't get rid of the 2 small ones. Because everything else, if you looked at the bags and you stand there by Bill Burtis and watch the bump table and you're like, I saw that stringer. The last guy and the guy before that and the guy before that. Because it is, and so the difference maker is not the big fish as much as it is the small fish. You know, and that makes the difference in those 3-pound things. So it's really, really close.
One of the coolest ties that was in there that I saw was a 3-way tie with Kyle Welcher and both Johnson brothers. Tied for 6th place. Yeah. And weirdly enough, they've done that before, but out in the water live right now with Jordan Lee, and he is hooked up.
I think there's fish that are out here a little bit. 2.5. This is 12.5. Got water falling.
Jordan Lee was welcoming the weather, said let it throw.
Let it flood.
Well, our anglers are dealing with a lot out there, and just like a day in the water, things can change, and things changing for our tournament leader, Andrew Loberg.
Sitting under the storm shelter here, just waiting for the storm to pass. It's I don't mind sitting in the rain much, but when I see lightning, I go duck. It's something I don't really like messing with. Being from California originally, we don't really have this very often, so when I see that lightning, I get out of the way. But kind of made it closer up the river a little bit. I want to go up there and check some spots I haven't fished yet, and kind of see what's going on, and run this whole north arm of the lake, and kind of get a lay of the land for tomorrow because, like I said, this lake's changing, and with all this rain, it might come back up, and some of these other stretches might get good again. So, just really kind of get a feel for what's going on a lot of these main stretches, and kind of see what's going on for tomorrow. And also, I really would like to get a big bite, another 3.5, 4 pounder and upgrade. So, these guys are going to smash them today, and weights are going to be tight. So, looking forward to it. Hopefully the next few minutes we'll get back out there and plunk around and throw that bug in a bush and see what happens, see if we can't get a big one.
Well, good to see Andrew Loberg is playing it safe, and a great lesson for anglers all around the world. Whether you're competing, whatever you're doing, no bass is worth your life. And if you see lightning, take cover, and he's doing that. And he's also looking towards tomorrow and the weekend, and he can do that because he's your tournament leader. Bo, that was a terrific segment.
It was terrific.
Don't go anywhere. The guys in the studio are going to continue to break down the action from the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite.
Here we go. Pushing on towards the afternoon here in the final 4 hours of fishing at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller here in northeastern Oklahoma. This is day number 2, all important because you have to move into the top 50 if you want to continue and fish on into the weekend and possibly somehow wrangle a shot at a blue trophy, a championship here by fishing on Championship Sunday. Had some wild, unpredictable weather. The lake is not at all stable. Taking a look at our leader, actually, right now, that bird's eye view, that Lowrance bird's eye view of Andrew Loberg, our leader, right there. And this is earlier this morning with Andrew Loberg, 7 o'clock a.m., actually about the second guy we went out to as we started the Bassmaster Live broadcast. Good one on there, and just comes off. So that's a disappointment. That had a chance to really extend his lead early in the day and really get things going, get some confidence happening there. But you got to slough it off, But at the same spot, you'll notice several hours later, here's Chris Johnston, Davey Hyde, and look what happens.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. This probably happens more than you could ever imagine, but we happen to have live cameras with both of these anglers. We don't know 100% that it is the same fish, but the odds of having 2 4-pounders within 10 feet of one another on a bank are very slim.
Yes,
so
that's quite likely.
Yes. So
quite likely the same fish.
One man's loss is another man's gain.
And now we've got to kind of update that story. In fact, you, Davey, said, what's going to happen if Loberg goes back tomorrow and fishes that spot? Well, he beat you to it. Yeah. This just happened moments ago.
So this morning, earlier, I lost like probably a 3 or 4 pounder, a real nice one up in these bushes right here. So since we're close to this little dock, I want to see if there's a couple other ones swimming around, or maybe she's ready to bite again. Never know. The Oklahoma bass have hard mouths, so she might be ready to chomp.
Oh, that's too good or too bad. I don't know which one you want to say.
Oh my gosh.
She might be ready to bite again. Well, she was 2 hours ago.
We should hold up a sign that says, please don't tell him. Stand out there on that point or on that dock.
I thought he was going to say, unless somebody else caught it already.
We've had a lot of funny incidents during the course of this tournament so far. We're going to have to do a sizzle reel of all the funny, unusual stuff that's happened out here. But meantime, let's get out there live with Trey McKinney.
Oh, real good one.
That's what he's looking for.
Yes, sir. That's a good one. Didn't feel like going down to pick him up. Not a bad little fish. There we go. 2.6. Got him, or actually 2.8, but yellow. Fish are mean. They're not happy. I was like, hey, the easier you are with me,
Slowly but surely.
Yeah, chipping away at it. Trey McKinney. He's been in third place for, it seems like, most of today.
It's like we saw him cull for 1 ounce earlier, Davey, but when you can upgrade, no matter if it's an ounce or not, you do it because you could get a pound upgrade just around the corner if you keep at it.
Yeah, I haven't really hunkered in and flipped down here yet, so I'm gonna do that for a bit and just see. It's lower down here, like up the river, it's not too bad. At least it seems that way, I don't know. I didn't come down here yesterday, so I didn't get to see what it looks like now. That's what I got on a shad spawn deal. What's that? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm back to flipping a bit down lake here. We're like, I don't know, the lower third, I'd say. And I didn't flip any of this stuff yesterday, so I haven't really got a gauge on what it's like since the last day of practice. It definitely wasn't like one of those bites where I had, you know, a bunch of keepers, I guess, but if I got one, it was a better quality one down here. So I didn't fish it at all yesterday after I had my weight. Hoping, I guess you might say, save it, but I don't know if I'm really saving anything. With this water dropping, I have no idea if we can get a bite in here or not, but yeah, we're gonna keep flipping. I might run a little offshore stuff, but I know my buddy Pat, he just swung by. He said it's tough for him offshore, so I don't know. Maybe the place is feeling some pressure. I don't really know. I'm guessing they'll still catch them today, but feel like I'm two good bites away from still having an okay day. And that can happen. You know, you can get a couple of those. We still got a lot of time left. Things have definitely changed a lot down here, though. I didn't come down here yesterday to flip anyways, and it's definitely changed a lot since the last day of practice. In practice, a lot of the fish were up in this green leaf stuff and this woody, you know, non-leafy bushes, I guess you might call them. I wasn't even really fishing those because they're almost underwater, and as you can see, they're well out of the water now, so.
He should help. Not the giants we're looking for, but he'll help. Just about to kind of change gears here, to be honest. I'm kind of going to give up on the shallow bite for a little bit. I'm going to go out deep. The first day of practice, I got a lot of 2 to 3 pounders scoping, but then once the water come up, that bite kind of went away. So the water's going down. Hopefully this afternoon I can go get some 2.5, 3s. I got one really good one. And if I could fill the limit out with 2.5s, it wouldn't be a bad day at all. So we're about to change it up. Go scope, throw a minnow, drop shot, that sort of thing. 1 3/4 is that one. It's gonna get rid of a 1/8. But we got a good one. These ones are within an ounce, so I'm just gonna balance beam them quick. But we don't have one over 2 pounds, so we definitely got work to do. But the nice thing is, if I catch a 3.5 pounder or something, then our weight's gonna move up a bunch. And I got, smokes, this one's not, I think I got 11.5 right now, so 1 3+ will put us up over 13. Then we'll have a start of a good day. Or the other thing is I just flip the rest of the day and try and get one more big one. So, but we got to give the scoping at least an hour.
Yeah, 3.5 get to take Chris from outside the top 10 right into the top 5. It's that potent a fish that size is, and he's right. That one good one that he's got, famously got in the live well, is all he's got today, really.
Yeah, it really, and let's say he does go and catch his other 4 or 2.5 pounders, and he calls one, you know, about that size. That fish doesn't make quite the impact then, but let's say he does it. The impact that one bass will make on his AOY standings.
Oh man,
is absolutely incredible to think about.
Yeah, that's, you know.
And had Andrew not lost it, then obviously Chris wouldn't have it in his live well. So really and truly, you think one angler's losing a fish, and then Chris come along and catching what I certainly think is the same fish, could really impact who wins Angler of the Year.
That's a great point.
One loss and then catch.
That is an absolutely great point. That's, yeah, multi-point impact there for sure. Back to our leader, Andrew Loberg.
Cool. That ain't a bad one. On the chatter. On the chatter, baby.
That's gonna help him.
That ain't a bad one there.
3 pounder, right?
Yeah.
Or 2.
Lost 1, 2, 4.
It's a 4 pounder.
Oh!
Bigger than he looks. That's a big one.
It's just... looks more like a 4 pounder there, but I was thinking barely, a little over 3.
Yeah.
2.
Man, we're going to see a 20-pound bag this week.
He's up to yesterday's weight. Keith Combs has just caught a 3 pounder to go to 16-12 on the day and get a little bit closer to him.
Wow. Making all the right moves today is our leader, Andrew Loberg. Here's a move you can make if you want to pick up on some fantasy action. We've got the newest game, the TH Marine Bassmaster Pick'em Challenge. Very, very simple proposition about, well, there's several matches set up on a themed basis there. And you just pick the winner of each one. See how many out of those matches you can turn up winners in. And that lets you know how good you are, I guess. The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller is brought to you by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Great to have you with us here this afternoon on Bassmaster Live. Got a great tournament going on, some great performances that we are witnessing out there on the water, especially our leader, the rookie Andrew Loberg, who just makes all the right moves. He just added to his total there, and he is up, well, he's up even with yesterday's 17-pound limit, which was mighty, mighty impressive. And the only thing keeping him from running away and hiding here is Keith Combs, who is keeping up with him pretty well. He's just 2 pounds and a quarter back.
Yeah, it's incredible. You look at how close this tournament has been since it started yesterday morning. Everything has been within ounces, but now Andrew Loberg is definitely pulling away. And like you said, only Keith Combs seems to be staying there with him, but a 2-3 pound lead is huge here this week on Lake Tenkiller.
Yeah, third place, Trey McKinney, 6 pounds back of the lead.
Just had a major call right there. Caught a 4 pounder, it was like 4 1/4. Just wanted to fish this little riprap bank. I've never fished it before. It just looks right, you know. It's kind of one thing about this lake right now with all these storms and everything changing, water going up and down, it's really got to keep an open mind. And for me right now, if it looks good, I mean, you got to stop. I told my marshal yesterday, the word of the day was might as well just go there and check it out, you know? Like every spot I pulled up to, I'm like, it looks pretty good, might as well fish it. And sure enough, there'd be a bass there. So just trying to put some puzzle pieces together is what these fish want to do and kind of what they're feeding on and what stage they're in and all that. So we're gonna keep kind of running new water, like I keep saying, and see if we can't find another pattern or two. That one just came on a chatterbait, kind of whizzing it around. But I'm stoked. Unfortunately, I got a dead one right now, which isn't good. It was that one on the chatterbait this morning. Got it right in the gill, and it was almost a 3-pounder. And at the moment, it's like you just really can't get rid of those because 2 1/4s, 2 1/2s are gold right now on this lake. It ain't easy catching nice ones, so a little unfortunate, but I mean, I'll take it, man. I mean, I'm pretty stoked on how today's gone so far, and we dodged the big storm, which is good. So hopefully we'll be able to stay in the clear of that and put our heads down and get another big one, man. Just keep slowly grinding away and putting a couple things together. But definitely seems like that shallow bite is still fairly strong. You know, these conditions with the overcast and rain and stuff, that lower pressure system, they want to bite shallow and stay shallow, and the water temp's cooled off too, which is good. So, but yeah, we're gonna keep plugging away and see if we can't get a toad in the boat.
Look at that.
Bob Downey. Oh, just caught
The
one.
thing
Nice
bobbed me up from the bush, so I just dropped it. Yes, baby. That's one of the bites we need. Look at that thing.
Flipping moment.
Whoa, watch your mouth, David. That's close.
I pulled it out of that bush, and as I was reeling it in, I saw it just follow me right up. And I was over that little limb, and I just kind of let it hang there and twitch, and she got it. Wow, that's the biggest smallie I've caught all week here. Yes, sir. 3 3/4. That's one of the kind we need, you guys. That's a big bite. Number 5. This thing is in there. I think it's almost 4 pounds. Golly. Number 5.
We're seeing them show up yesterday. 2 or 3 of the good ones we saw on camera were deeper until the afternoon. You know, like they were Canterbury fishing offshore, Blake Capps fishing offshore, until Hank Cherry's jerkbait deal in the end of the day. Most of the bigger ones we saw were out offshore. Today, not the case. We're seeing a lot more big ones showing up shallow.
I think there's a bite window. Timothy Doobie just caught a 3 1/2 and a 3-pounder. He's up to 9th place.
Wow.
From 34th. He's almost 13 pounds today.
That's good.
He actually knocked Randy Howell out of the top 10, and Howell caught a 4-pounder earlier.
A little trouble with the mic there. Jordan, it's incredible how much more light there is right now.
Oh,
it looked like a
sunny.
night tournament when we started this broadcast this morning. I mean, it really looked like a Tuesday night event out there. That's got to change things as well.
Yes.
I mean, we've got totally, everything changes condition-wise, hour to hour on Lake Tenkiller. That is a live look there by...
Not by Jordan
Loberg.
Lee. That's
No,
somewhere
that's,
else.
That's by our leader, Andrew Loberg, but different into the lake is going to look completely different. It's going to change, swap around, and change hourly.
I think that's
Looks like
that's
a different
right,
part of the country.
Well, that's
also.
right where Cherokee. That's at the top of the lake.
Yeah, yeah.
Because if you're going, you know, the bottom of the lake's to the right, top of the lake's
bridge,
to the left.
yeah, that's that.
The bridge there, and then there's a bridge in that small pocket. Yeah, and all those, the nursery right there is the giveaway from
Yes.
Google Maps. The nursery there.
It's a big nursery.
Well, we've heard that the more sunlight, the more the smallmouth are going to get out and pack up and start, you know, roaming around. So maybe we'll see that come to pass, and somebody can catch them offshore a little bit.
One more passing shower, then I think it's going to all fizzle away.
I think all the plants have been watered enough for now.
Yeah.
And Andrew Loberg's live well, starting his 8 a.m. catch, is 3.5 pounder, a 212, a 310, a 3.8, and a 4.
Yeah.
So that's getting the job done here in Tenkiller.
He's getting a lot more bites. Sometimes you trade out quality for quantity. I mean, he's got 15 decent bites today. Landed 10, 12 of them, lost 2,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
You click on the Phoenix Boats Big Bass tab. Combs has 2 of the top 9 fish. Loberg has 4 of them today.
You'd think that was a secret to success around here.
Yeah, you would
have
think.
more big
You'd
fish.
think.
It's
It's
How
either
about
that
that?
or the word of the day. Might as well do it. What was it? Might as well stop. He just said the word of the day was might as well do it.
might as well
stop.
Yeah.
One or the other.
Yeah.
Might as well. That's what
Might
it was.
as well. Yeah.
He's obviously catching a different class of fish. I've tried to watch and see because there's certainly a reason. It's just not, you know, good fortune that he has all of those quality fish 2 days in a row. He's fished a marina some. He caught some of what he weighed yesterday on that. Today, I don't think he has one in his live well that he caught around the marina itself, the floaters. Yeah. But he does seem to be, for the most part, fishing steeper banks that just have less distance between the outside edge of those bushes and the shoreline itself. But this stretch right here is not quite as steep as most of the ones he's fishing, but that's been the one thing I have noticed that he's doing a little different than the other guys we have cameras with, is staying with those steeper banks where you have less distance between the dry land, if there is such a thing right now.
Yeah, hard edge.
Hard edge to the outside edge of the bushes.
Yeah.
No big secret. He's pitching a creature bait and a chatterbait. I mean, his bait selection of frog a little bit is the same as a lot of the other anglers.
Jordan Lee.
A little waterfall in the background. Don't go chasing it, but you can be near it.
Yeah.
The sun just came out, but it's the type of place that some fish will really gravitate to if you have a lot of bright sunlight and they want to be shallow. They'll get under these mats.
He's going to leave it for later. Back to our leader.
right where he should have been. Now, look at him peeing. Sucker might be trying to spawn. Gosh, I wish I didn't have that one in there. I mean, that's a nice one, man.
The sounds that he may have a penalty, Davey, and can't call his smallest out by that tone of, I wish I didn't have that one in there.
Yeah, he said he had one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 3-pounder.
So that's, did he say that's a 3-pounder?
Yeah. Which means, he doesn't, yeah. So
because he can't call us.
Yeah, but that means he at least has 4 fish over 3 pounds then. Yeah. In his well.
And one he can't leave.
Yeah.
He can't keep, or he has to keep. Loberg making all the right moves. It would appear operating with a good degree of confidence. That's a powerful combination.
17.9 yesterday, and he's sitting there at 17.5, 17.6 today. So about as consistent as you can be.
Man, consistent at the top of the leaderboard. That's where you want to be consistent. Good stuff. More to come when we return. Day 2 action continues. We're headed, of course, to the weigh-in at 3:30 Eastern Time, but also concurrent with that, Moultrie behind the tanks on the YouTube Bassmaster channel, and that features the only slightly twisted take of our pal Pat Renwick on the world of professional bass fishing. And Pat has a way of getting us some facts that we have trouble, we can't just find them lying around. It takes Pat encouraging guys, maybe taking things around in a circle to get some real back behind the tanks choice info. We'll put it that way, but it's worth it.
Some facts you didn't know you needed, and some that you might not need ever.
You might not ever need, but definitely want to check out for sure. Pat Renwick and Moultrie behind the tanks. Definitely check that out on the Bassmaster YouTube channel. Concurrent with the weigh-in, starting at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time today and every day until we get to Sunday.
Yes.
Andrew Loberg still on top. Good lead right there. The young man, the rookie. Yet another rookie in charge in a bass tournament in 2025. That's certainly a story. Chris Johnson's story has to do a lot with Angler of the Year. Weather is also a story, and it is back to whatever corner of the lake that Chris Johnson is in right now.
Little. I do not like fishing in this stuff. I don't think so.
Guys, we've talked about water clarity this week, water levels this week, how much water's coming in, how much water's going out. It's hard to always, what do you Google to figure it all out? Well, I was looking at the Deep Dive app, and you can check water clarity, water inflows, stream flows as well. And we were looking at Jordan Lee right there on the left with the waterfalls coming in. All of these blue lines surrounding Lake Tenkiller are minimal stream inflows, but you can see just how many entry points water has into this fishery. I'll highlight some of them, but I mean, every single branch of this fishery has at least a minimal stream flow. Now you look at the brighter greens that are coming in, those are a little bit higher flow rates, possibilities of rain coming off the mountains and hitting them a little bit more. So there's a lot more of those on the northeast and the northern portion of Tenkiller. But then when we come up here, let me go to the yellow. Yellow is the second strongest. We have orange as well, and you can see that in Muskogee. But right here, you can see 3.7 thousand CFS. So this is a way when we think about water flow coming into a fishery and going out, you can also go to the dam and you can click there and see 3.6 thousand CFS is leaving Tenkiller. So about the same is entering from the north end and leaving. And like I said, there's orange over here to the east. This is just the actual Arkansas River out of Muskogee. You can see that's over 4,000 CFS. So every color has a little bit of an amount that's flowing in, but this is a way to be sitting on your couch and see what portions of the lake are going to be maybe blown out the most, maybe have a different water clarity, or without Googling what the dam is doing, you can just look and see that they're sending 3.6 out and 3.7's coming in.
So it's stable.
And then you can, and you can scroll time of day, expected flow in the future a little bit. You can go back to past flow as well.
Which would explain why the upper half of the lake is known for being the blown out part of the lake when weather is rainy.
Gosh, that looked big at first. I don't know if he'll help. That thing looked like a 3-pounder at first.
And I'll also add, while Bob Coles, it also explains why it cleared up so much when people thought it would stay stained longer, because you realize they're shipping out the water just as fast as it's coming in. It doesn't have a chance to stay and build that clarity. You're almost just maneuvering it down the fishery.
What's unusual about this lake, one of several things that really stands out to me, is normally when it's going out as fast as coming in, you'll see that dirty water go from one end to the other. When it's a lake this size and it goes, but it does not dirty up on that lower end. I asked Jason Christie about it because I noticed it when I was there the other day, and he said it kind of filters out about a third of the way down, 2/3, halfway
Chicken
down.
Creek region,
and, you know, I don't understand the filter.
The only thing I can think of is the soil composition may have a lot more rock in it like that with more weight. So that by that time it's gone down to the bottom is all I can think of. That's one possible
explanation. I agree, and I've
Yeah.
seen that. You see that it's very recognizable in a small lake, a pond. It'll filter itself for years, and then when that bottom gets so much silt, sediment, that dirty contents, then it dirties there too, because you have covered the rock with that.
So if that were what happening, it would have already reached that point,
you would
right?
think.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know.
Ben Milliken, about a 3-pounder. He's got our third largest bag of the day at about 15 pounds, up from 90th to 16th place.
Wow.
Well, and that's going to be 10 pounds and 15 pounds, so he's going to be right there on the projected line.
Yeah, he had 10
12 and a half
on
a day.
day 1, 90th place.
Yeah, 25 pounds.
So our leader, Andy Loberg, has doubled his weight. We kind of count on that from day 1 to day 2.
It's just been a tough
Looks
day.
to me, though, the middle of the pack
turned out to be a
is
bad
not
decision this morning.
Same pace as they were yesterday.
Not go start on a shad spawn deal, which I'm very confident I could have caught, 10, 11 pounds, but I wanted to be in that area where I caught all them big ones yesterday. And bad decision. They didn't bite in the morning. I had no good bites there at all. So yeah, we're fighting to stay in the cut now. Like, we got 9 pounds, and that put us about right at what the cut weight was yesterday. But I know how it works with these guys. They typically don't catch less the second day. So I knew it was a gamble, but it could have just as easily paid off. And we could still catch them. We're fixing to run down there again, and because I caught them good in about this time yesterday. So I'm hoping some of them bigger ones moved in. I just didn't even really see any good ones there. So we got a lot of room to move up. I mean, we only have one fish over 2 pounds. So, and yesterday just was not a problem to catch 2-pounders. So I'm hoping that some of the other guys are struggling and we can stay in it and at least get another chance tomorrow, but not looking good right now.
Pat needs about 4 of what he needed 1 of last time at the Sabine River. He needed 1 2-pounder to seal the deal. He got it, and the rest was history. Now he needs about 4 of them to put himself in shape.
Appreciate his honesty. We can all say as tournament anglers, we've been there. When you're having a slow day, you just hope all your buddies are having slow days.
That's right. That's true. Andrew Loberg not having a slow day, just absolutely mirroring his performance from day number 1. Keith Combs having a very, very big day, his biggest day of the tournament. Trey McKinney, Bob Downey, Greg Palma, those 5 names up there have not changed much in the last 2 or 3 hours. Jordan Lee, Carl Jockinson's been in the top 10 for a while. Timothy and Scott, Canterbury and Doobie are newer additions to the top 10. Look at the second page, and Randy Howell leading the way there. Austin Felix, who spent some time in yesterday's top 10. Chris Johnston, he needs about 3 3-pounders is what he needs to get himself back up where he would like to be, and now back-to-back with his brother Corey again, just as they finished tied yesterday.
That's true.
It's like, what are they operating on the same information or something? I don't know.
They're 3 ounces apart today.
Ed Loughran. Had a good day going here. Jay Shakurit, your leader, points down there in 23rd. That's unusually low for Jay Shakurit, no matter what tournament you're talking about. All the way down to Paul Marks in 30th place. Live coverage of the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, also known as Tenkiller Ferry Lake here in northeast Oklahoma. Really having a lot of fun, sort of enjoying getting to know this place better. We've only been here one time with the Bassmaster Elite Series, and we weren't totally prepared for that because it was a last-minute substitution for another lake not too far away that had been inundated by rain, curiously enough. So that's where we stand right now as far as our leaderboard goes. The rookie Andrew Loberg looking to be our 3rd rookie winner during the course of this season. That's kind of remarkable right there.
Didn't we have, where do we go? Where were we were we going to play in to go to the Arkansas River in Muskogee? No. When we canceled that for high water and went to Fort Gibson. Remember?
No, that's right. Yeah, that happened also.
Yeah, we've done this like 2 or 3 times in this.
Yes,
like it's just crazy.
Right.
So was Tenkiller Plan C that year? Like if it needed to go to?
I think that was a different.
Like it's just crazy.
2 different incidents.
This part of the region.
2 different years.
And trying to put something together here. Had a couple bites down this stretch. I think they were pretty small, but just fishing new water, just trying to see what's going on. Made it up the river above the bridge. Just kind of checking some things out. I shook a couple off or 1 off in practice here in the back of this creek. I'm gonna go check and see if there's any more fish to be had in this creek. I'd rather be on the main rip, main lake, but this is a big old creek. I'm sure there's a pretty good population of them in here. So we're gonna kind of daub around and see what happens. Not a big one, but it's a good sign. Oh, he just pooped all over me. Oh my gosh, that smells so bad.
Well, things happen to coin a phrase.
You know we won't show that.
Blue bass right there.
East Coast instead of East
Duty
Coast.
Bass.
Could that be the Mercury move of the day?
It smells
Mercury
so
camera move
bad.
of the day? I don't know.
It smells like literal dog poop.
Pea
Literal's the worst kind.
performance. Or, I mean, peak
I mean, if I got
performance.
hooked in the mouth, I'd probably poop on somebody. That is not good. Maybe it's good luck.
Maybe he's going to want to do that with Chris Johnson when he finds out what really happened.
Oh my gosh. That'll be behind the tanks.
Yeah, that'll be your top story behind the tanks today with Pat Renwick.
We're talking about flooding situations and stuff in Oklahoma. Remember we went to Texoma in 2016. It was like 8 feet high.
Yeah.
For that elite event.
Really?
Yeah, the bushes here
Nice.
kind of remind me of Texoma.
That was half Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And it's not like we're here in the time of the year you would think flooding would be an issue.
No.
Those were June and July
June's-
tournaments too. Yeah.
It's not
Dude,
March.
it smells so bad.
Does it really?
It smells terrible.
Lean over the boat.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Wait, so he's wiping it with his hand and pouring the bottle on his jersey. What's he gonna?
Get in your fingernails.
I think it was pouring it right on the mic.
Yeah, probably. If experience is any teacher there, it was being poured on the microphone. Let's get back over to Bob Downey. Bob's last keeper was a good one.
Big smallmouth.
Yeah, big smallmouth.
In 2019, I looked it up. We were supposed to fish May 16th and 19th on Fort Gibson. High water, postponed it. We're going to be the grand opening for the casino on those dates.
Oh.
Then when it got to September, they hit the dam at Weber's Fall. There's still high water, and they were worried about the dam, so we moved it to Tenkiller.
Still got a pretty big blob to clear here. So where we? Yeah, he's right on the edge of the real bad stuff.
I mean, I don't even know like how much harder it can rain, but to me this is just wonderful. Another day in the office. Any day to go fishing, today would have been the day I would have chose, man. 100%. But yeah, the fish ain't liking it either. I think when I hear lightning, they just like run. They're just like, nope. They're even scared of it. I hadn't caught one in a while since it started doing this monsoon. But I'm dry, so that's all that matters. I just don't like when my shoulders get wet. I don't know, I get mad. Uh-oh, come on. No. Now the fish are just angry. I got seasonal depression. Let's see. I feel like the lady with the thing in the like hurricanes, you know, like when they're talking with the stop sign. That's what I feel like. Like 125 mile an hour winds. That's what it's about like out here.
Well, the fish are already wet. That's the old saying. They don't care so much.
Yep.
Trey says they don't like it though. So there you go. Well, they don't like the thunder. That's what they don't like. Back to Bob Downey now.
Oh.
There's a swim bait. He said he caught a couple.
Yeah, he did.
Of his fish that he weighed in on that yesterday when the front was moving through. Here we go.
Wow. Yes.
Yes.
The rain is, one of our mics is a victim of the rain, and I think you can guess whose it is.
And he didn't even pour a bottle of water on it.
Nice.
This bait, big time player at Bull Shoals in the past around bushes when we've had elites. Norfolk, same thing. It was a part of Christine Fisher's win at the kayak series 2 weeks ago. One of those 6-inch soft body swim baits, whether it's with a stinger treble hook or a single hook, whatever your approach is. And we saw a lot of guys using them around marinas, but bushes have been a big factor as well with this bait.
You don't have to have a microphone on Bob Downey to tell. That one helps him.
That one made him happy.
Got him excited.
Guarantee you that. He was liking that. The Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. Definitely want to check that out. Had Christine on the winner of the last one. With Christine Fisher on our halftime show today. Talking about kayaking in this lake. We got another one coming up. Lake Champlain, July 26th and 27th. Going out of Plattsburgh, New York, and you say, David, they're going to be headed right for the inland sea, right?
Absolutely.
Out of the... All right.
Well, race to the inland sea in kayaks.
We are back on Lake Tenkiller. We never left, as a matter of fact. It is you can tell there's a lot of moisture in the area here today, and that is driving a lot of the narrative here. The weather changes off and on, lots of showers passing by. We may be getting close to the end of that. Kind of have our fingers crossed here. We've had plenty of hydration for today, let's put it that way. But we have got a great tournament going on here with some tremendous performances. Let's get out on the water. A man who put on a great performance under tough conditions on the Sabine River. Our last event, Pat Schlopper. Looking to find some bigger fish, just can't get a hold of the 2-pound-plus fish today.
Ben Milliken sure can. He just caught a 4-2. He's got our second biggest bag of 16-14 from 90th. He's in 9th.
Wow. Now to Bob Downey, not much happening with Pat at this moment.
Downey's last fish went in as a 3-0. He's in 3rd place with 13-10.
There's your leader.
Combs is culling.
For this to be a small lake, the weather is very different from one angler to the other.
No kidding.
Keith Combs, 4-pounder, 18 pounds, 4 ounces, biggest bag of the tournament.
Yeah, we're looking for one of those.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, we are. Trey McKinney says this is the day he would pick to fish. So we'll take his word for it.
Testing his rain gear today.
Yeah, apparently it's working.
I say it's been pointed out online, great marketing by Trey McKinney, putting all the sponsors on his rain gear with how many days we probably have foul weather, cold or rainy. You don't lose those brand recognition opportunities, and so that was. It looks good,
like
and we can tell
thought of that before now.
And we can tell who it is.
Yeah, that helps us a lot
when everyone's in their gear. Such mentioned Milliken's jump from 90th to 9th. That 81 points has him moving from 85th in AOY to 68th. Single-handedly today could save his season.
Career.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is elite
saying there's a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whether he chooses or it gives him a choice. Yeah.
And we hear of those jumps at 7 a.m. in the morning when somebody catches 2 nice ones, but this time of the day, that's huge.
The catch-up fish, everybody else gets their limit.
Right.
That's the way our top 10 are distributed. Our top 10 as it stands right now, unofficially, are distributed down Doobie and De Palma, Trey McKinney. Down there as well, explains a lot of the presence of the rain. Bob Downey on the edge of the rain there, working pretty hard. Wes Logan and Scott Canterbury are probably a little bit drier. Same thing for Carl Jochimson. We'll move up past Keith Combs. The leader right there.
You know, we talked about the majority of the fish being caught mid-lake, but one thing Loberg has done, he stayed in the upper portion, not way up that river, but the upper third of the lake the entire time we've been with him.
It's funny, you saw 2 Northeast guys down by the dam in the top 10. Mid-lake, you saw 2 Midwesterners with Illinois and Wisconsin, Minnesota represented. Then you had 2 Alabama guys with Logan and Canterbury beside you.
Yeah.
It's different sections of the lake based on styles.
Yeah. Chris Johnson, who told us a little bit ago, I don't like fishing in this stuff.
Loberg's an ounce shy of 35 pounds, and Combs is 12 ounces back of him. Bob Downey just got within 5'3" of Loberg. A little bit of a 2-man runaway right now.
Yes. this is interesting just because I had conversation with them yesterday. Bob Downey gave credit to Pat Slopper for telling him to try the swim bait.
Really?
Yes, and he said 2 of the fish he weighed in yesterday came on that, and then today we saw him catch at least 1 that he's got in his 5-fish limit. And we've not seen Pat Slopper throw the swim bait a single time. So you have to, there's a lot of different angles, I guess, that could go, whether it really was a tip or not, but it's working out great for Bob.
Or a diversion in itself, yeah.
Ooh, I saw a little flash of lightning
that's
there
not
where
good.
Trey's at. Seeing him on our camera, I guess that's Jake. Maybe, no, not Jake. Jake's with Andrew.
Their leader, with Loberg,
Hats off to them. They're out in this weather too.
Yeah, they are,
Working
and they're
hard.
trying to keep electronic equipment working.
Yes.
Who are you asking about, cameraman-wise? With Downey?
With Trey McKinney just wiping the lens, but it just made me think about not just the one wiping the lens, but all of our cameramen out there working.
They're unbelievable.
Yeah.
Their dedication, their toughness is just without match.
Jared with Bob Downey. Got Carl with Trey, David with Chris, Skippy-Own with Schlopper.
Last tail of the storm is going to move over the northern section of the lake.
So their time is coming, huh?
Cool, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's all good.
See it moving.
This one looks good.
A strange big counterclockwise circle of weather reaches all the way up to St. Louis, and it's just spinning, kind of spinning in place.
Andrew mentioned earlier, he doesn't like that weather.
No,
he's
I don't blame
tucking
him.
in.
I don't blame him. You know, that much electricity is not good for you.
No,
it's really not. We talked about Andrew and the fact that only one man is kind of keeping him from running away and hiding from the rest of the field. That's that man right there, Keith Combs.
Absolutely.
As we look at his day right there, Davey, on our marathon peak performance.
Yeah, marathon peak performance, definitely Keith Combs. Today's weight, unofficially 18 pounds, 4 ounces. And we got some word from on the water. Dalton told us that he is flipping and shallow cranking, square billing, not offshore like you might think. Keith Combs, you know, is known to do so well, but he's also done well this year at Pascatank. We had a camera with him. He
It's been
was
his best tournament
top
this year.
10, and he had a flipping stick in his hand then too. But marathon peak performance, staying with the leader like you mentioned, Tommy. He's the only one really hanging in there with him today, Keith Combs.
Finished 7th here in 2019. Combs did.
Can't be doing
A lot of
that.
rounded
Mess up the
numbers
lighting.
on that bass
We'll
track,
take
too.
shelter for a few minutes. Hopefully it passes through pretty quick, and then get back to ripping the lips. Hopefully run into another big one.
Yeah, it's coming for Andrew's part of the lake here. We thought the upper part of the lake might somehow, but the thing has sort of bloomed up a little bit. This tail end of this big counterclockwise wheel just keeps finding some energy somewhere.
think I'm allowed to look at my radar, right? Should. Yeah. Yeah. I'll look at the radar, see where we're at. Yeah, it's about to hit here shortly.
A possibility of this type of weather, though not as much of a probability of this type of weather tomorrow, and it gets almost way closer to normal on Sunday.
Okay.
In fact, some sunshine expected on Sunday, part of the day.
I think we've had enough rain today that
Okay.
we're going to have some stable water,
we're
maybe
taking
rising.
cover for a little bit here. We just hopped up on the shore. It's lightning pretty bad, so better be safe than sorry is kind of what I thought. I have an okay bag right now, so I'd rather not be out in the middle of the lake, but we just caught like almost a 4-pound smallie and then a 3-pound largemouth, so definitely the upgrades we needed. Looks like this will blow over here in the next 20 minutes, half hour, then we'll get back to it. But I'm cool fishing in the rain, but we're hearing and seeing a little too much lightning right above us. So yeah, just taking cover for a bit, hoping this is the right call. Hope this tree doesn't get struck above us, but I think we'll be fine. It's hard, we're not really close to a marina to get under, and a lot of the docks got lifts or gates in front of them. You can't really get underneath them. So yeah, this is the next best option. So take it easy for the next 20 minutes or so. I think this is the first time I've had to do this during tournament competition. I've done it plenty during practice before.
Those were the last two fish,
Yeah.
a big smallmouth and a really good largemouth. I've done this. I caught what he said. I got a pretty good bag so far. So we're going to take it easy.
Yeah.
So like when you're not catching them, you put your life in danger.
That was.
But if you're catching them okay, then you can actually play it safe and live another day.
Davey, you know this.
Not quite perfect logic there.
Feel it tingling, you throw the rod down, right, Davey?
I mean, here, it depends on the lake. But if you've got 15 pounds, you can actually go to safety.
You want to take a chance on Rapala Fantasy Fishing. That's a lot safer way to take on a little risk. Pick as unlikely a candidates for your 5 angler team as you want for any given event here. In the Bassmaster Elite Series, they're all selected from different buckets, so you get a sampling of each strata of points production thus far in the season. So it's a very interesting game to play and build yourself a fantasy team and see what the results are. Use the QR code to get yourself involved in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Lowrance. Bassmaster Elite from Lake Tenkiller in Cookson, Oklahoma. Live coverage brought to you by TH Marine today. Our live and fairly damp coverage right now. Hats off to our anglers and our camera guys for keeping everything dry enough to at least fish or sit out and wait it out. Some of our anglers are doing that right now, including our leader right now, Andrew Loberg. I'm perfectly dry here in the studio. I'm running. To prove it, we'll take a shot inside the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. Here with Ronnie Moore and Davey Height. And guys, Andrew Loberg, very, very impressive young guy. He's making a great play to be the 3rd rookie winner this year.
Yeah, to be honest with you, it's surprising that he's backed up the 17-pound stringer first day and today. The weather is the big thing, and we knew this coming in. They were calling for showers, and if it rains 1/4 of an inch, the lake would continue to fall, we all believe. If it rains an inch, it's going to rise or at least stay stable. I think that's critical for Andrew Loberg's success going forward. He's flipping bushes, he's fishing marina a little bit, but if the water falls off of those bushes too much, I don't know that he has a plan B.
All right. Came out here last year and really showed us how good he was in his campaign to make it to the Elite Series, Ronnie.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned it earlier, his best finish in the Opens last year, a second just down the road at Lake Eufaula, losing to Easton Fothergill, who had an 8-14 to take that victory, single big bass there. But my thought at this point in the day is Bob Downey, we've seen him with a swim jig, a flipping jig, and also a swim bait now. Loberg's mixed in a frog and flipping. You're going to have multiple things going for you. Sometimes, Davey, it's distracting when you don't have a one bullet in your gun and you have multiple options. But with how much it's changing, the type of banks you're fishing, if Bob Downey lives up lake flipping, goes down lake swim baiting, he's gaining momentum, in my opinion.
I think he is too. Absolutely right.
Same with Combs. Combs, what he did yesterday versus what he's doing today, he's going to be dangerous tomorrow.
Speaking of momentum, he's had the biggest string of the tournament unofficially, Keith Combs. So you got to keep your eye on him.
No doubt about that. Let's get some evidence of what we've been talking about here as we take a look at our Lose midday report, starting with Jordan Lee.
Yeah, you look at Jordan Lee, currently in 6th place, 28 pounds and an ounce unofficially. You mentioned flipping up the lake and down the lake. Absolutely what Jordan Lee's doing. Just a flipping stick in his hand. Basically just a creature bait is what we've seen him use. But he has been moving from the clear water to the dirtier water, different parts of the lake. You can see here he's on a flatter bank. We've seen him fish a little steeper stuff. He's keeping it mixed up, which is always good when you have changing conditions like you have here this week.
And he's already talked about it, Tommy, just an hour or so into day 2 of this event, trying to make winning decisions, taking those calculated risks, going up and checking places they haven't fished since Tuesday of practice for the final day. If it pays off, it's big for you. If it doesn't, guys like him can take a mental note, stow it away, and maybe come back to there on a Sunday or something like that.
Let's go to Trey McKinney. We saw him float up into the top 5 about midday yesterday, and we said, well, that's worth noting right there because he always makes a difference in these tournaments when he can get up in the top 10.
Yeah, and it seems like, particularly with him, the almost 2 years we've watched him here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, when you see him in the top 10, he stays in the top 10. Yeah. And he has done that here, but he's not been able to make any move. He's actually fallen back, gotten the distance between him and 1st and 2nd place has gotten a little wider. To be honest with you, it's a little surprising that he doesn't have a better weight than he does so far today. But I think the water stabilizing, maybe even coming up a little bit, the clouds, the heavy rain in the part of the lake that he spent most of his day has hurt what he's doing. Now, if it clears up like they're calling for it tomorrow afternoon and less chance of rain and clouds Sunday, it could be all in his favor.
Ronnie, you mentioned how impressive he is. We're all impressed with Bob Downey out here these past day and a half here.
Yes, and it reminds me a little bit, like you start to get into a tournament and you see similarities to other events we've had. He is from the upper Midwest, has a lot of affliction and love for Lake of the Ozarks. I said Tenkiller might be in your favorite 5 lakes. You think about Neely Henry, a flooded, longer river-type lake, and he was in our top 10. He was punching trash mats, doing other stuff on the main river. This really feels like a Wisconsin, Minnesota type of river fishery, and that's what Bob Downey's doing
St.
this week.
Croix, upper Mississippi.
Absolutely.
That's right there, Bob Downey, obviously. Very skilled along those lines here. Been hanging in there in 3rd place for a long time today, too.
Very skilled, but, I mean, he fishes just like you would think he would. His demeanor is just like, keep it simple, keep it calm, do what you do. And really and truly, it's been 90% flipping jig, swim jig, a little bit when we get some weather coming in, throwing that swim bait, which he has caught a good fish or 2 both days.
Our first really good look this year at Andrew Loberg, and it has been most impressive. He's very confident, very calm, and seems to know what he's doing out here. He's making all the right moves.
Yeah, just another look at one of our rookies. We spend more time with some of the others so far, but we have watched Andrew a lot today. Very impressive. Like you said, he's very calm, cool, and collected. You can tell he has fished a lot of tournaments, had a lot of success, and he's handled it well. Can't stop thinking about that fish that he lost this morning for a lot of different reasons, but here's one thing, it did not rattle him. And he has done well after losing that 4-pounder early this morning. Solid fish, not catching any more fish, not catching as many fish as some of the anglers, but the quality is definitely better for him.
And I'll correct myself. I said he was just flipping and throwing a frog. Reminded me watching that, throwing a chatterbait around dock floats as well. If they get off those bushes, he's lived enough near marinas that I could think he could still scrounge out, maybe not 17 pounds off marinas, but enough to stay near the top for sure.
Loberg has all but matched his yesterday's weight of 17.9. He's just a couple of ounces away from that. That's going to make it. He may have 35 pounds before he gets back to the weigh-in today. You just don't know, and that would be probably outpace everyone's expectations for what a winning weight track would be.
In a tournament where you don't fault them for not being consistent.
Yeah,
he would be absolutely consistent.
Looks like Jordan has ventured up the lake again. Spent about an hour up here mid-morning. Went back down the lake, but he's definitely back up stained water area of the river.
Schlopper, apparently the good bit of that storm has passed now, and these guys can get back down to business depending on exactly where they are.
Well, we hit 16.1 yesterday, showing there unofficially 24.1, so that's 8 pounds without looking at Bass Track is all he's got so far today. Much slower, about half of what he weighed in yesterday.
I'm amazed if Jordan Lee stays in our top 10. He started this event 52nd in the AOI points. Right now he's inside the cut around 35th. Today we've had a development in the AOI. Jay Shakir had a 42-point lead. It's under 30 points right now to Chris Johnston, and Trey McKinney is also within 34. But the Paul Marks has taken over the Rookie of the Year. He's up like 50 points on Fothergill and Tucker Smith.
We were looking at the rookie race earlier, and Andrew Loberg not doing as well as his roommates, but you look at that group and you say, well, two of them won an elite event and the other one just happened to win the Bassmaster Classic, so kind of tough to hang with that crowd so far this year.
No kidding, that's strong. That's a great point.
Just not seeing them.
I don't know it for a fact, but I suspect Lake Tenkiller gets a lot of fishing pressure.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Tucker's got another one. Yeah, little guy.
Yeah, I was there for just a day earlier this week, and billboards, going to restaurant, people, I mean, the community knows all about bass fishing, and the Bassmaster elites are there.
Trey McKinney, looking at there on the left, remarked multiple times about how educated they are. And,
yeah.
You know, he, of course, by some of that he means educated since these guys landed here. As you pointed out, they're so good, they turn up the pressure immensely.
But I think you're right also that they probably get an opportunity to be educated 365 days a year.
Here in Jimmy Houston country, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I rode by Jimmy Houston Marine the other day. And we all have known of it, heard of it for many years, but I did not know he had Jimmy's Sub Shop right beside it, connected to it.
Yeah.
Got to have one of Jimmy's subs.
Did you try one?
No.
You could have got another sandwich named after you, Davey.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I didn't think about it like that. I could have gone in and asked them to make me some kind of crazy sandwich. It could have been Davey's bomb.
We want to make sure we say thank you to our local hosts here. Our local host being the Oklahoma Ozarks Tourism Association. This is a part of the Ozarks Plateau up here, the Cookson Mountains, just a sort of a subset of mountains within this area, which has so many beautiful highways and tours that you can take, great places like Lake Tenkiller that stop and spend a vacation time at. Beautiful part of the world. Live coverage continuing. Hoping for a little clearing here. Getting some of it, absolutely, at the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Lowrance Elite on Lake Tenkiller here in Cookson, Oklahoma. Our live coverage sponsored by TH Marine. It has been a fun day out here. Seen some good performances. Fish catches, some fish losses. Fish that were lost and got back caught again. So that's the kind of day, that's the kind of week it's been here. We have had a lot of funny, kind of quirky things happening here, but pretty solid supply of bass here in Lake Tenkiller. We can report that, and these guys are catching them. Plenty of them. But you got to get some bigger ones if you're going to make a difference, if you're going to move the needle and get yourself in, first of all, order of business for today, get yourself in the top 50 tomorrow, get yourself in the top 10. Get out now to fourth place. Trey, McKinney, Bob Downey actually during the rainy period kind of bypassed Trey by just a little bit.
The rain has definitely been right over Trey McKinney more than anyone else. We have a camera.
He has been unfairly singled out for more rain than anyone else. Remind you, while I'm thinking of it, start early to remind you. Tomorrow we'll be coming to you. The festivities start at the same time, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll be coming to you on FS1 for 3.5 hours tomorrow. And beyond that on Bassmaster.com. And Sunday we'll be in the morning on FS1. Break for the halftime show and come back the final 3 hours on the Fox network. So that'll be fun.
Tomorrow we'll be on .com from 11:30 on.
Yeah.
But then Sunday only a brief window right in the middle of the day.
In the middle. Yeah, we'll get an hour in between FS1 and the Fox network. So we'll wrap it up on what they call the Big Fox.
When we say we will be. There'll be other programming, live cast,
right, live cast
on .com all the time.
Yeah.
But we, as in this room,
Bassmaster Live.
We'll barely, you won't get to see us.
Oh my God.
Sunday.
I don't think we're going to see the lake level fall a whole lot between now and tomorrow morning.
Unless they figure out another gate to open up or something.
Yeah. They weren't calling for this much, were they, Such?
Don't recall them calling for this much rain. You know, early this week, I saw it every day of competition. There were storms, scattered storms, and thunderstorms forecast.
It's been pretty solid the last 2 hours.
Man.
Going over the lake, and it seems to keep popping up behind it as it continues to head southeast now. And as one leg passes of rain, another one forms behind it. It's going right over the lake.
There you go.
Yeah, this system is swirling all the way to Detroit and New Orleans and Houston.
Keep thinking once this passes, they'll be good, but it just keeps popping up.
Just something's feeding it right there at that point, and it's just can't break loose from it.
Well, you got to go down to 51st right now to get the first angler who doesn't have a 5-fish limit.
Really?
Today, yeah. There's many who are off Bass Track.
We got 40 off Bass Track, right? So.
We have 101 limits again today.
I'm betting we do.
Will we have a 20-pound bag? I was trying to hit and
I'm betting we don't.
That Keith Combs could be close if he underestimated, but 1 3/4 pounds to underestimate 5 fish that much.
Yeah, I'd say Combs is 1 cull away, possibly.
Yeah, he's got like a 212 in there.
And when I said 20-pound limit earlier on live, I was thinking at some point this week, where it's starting to, it looks like the fishing's starting to get better. Somebody somewhere is going to, but obviously when we have 101 anglers, it's a lot higher odds than 50, but the 50 tomorrow will be much more on them than, you know.
That and I agree with what you're saying. 101 has a better chance, you would think, but on a small fishery, it might be better for only be 50 anglers out there. So maybe when an angler loses a 4-pounder, he can go back in 2 hours and catch that 4-pounder instead of another guy coming down the bank.
Exactly. Well, last time we were here, it was fall. I guess it was way stingier. I don't remember any other weather circumstances. But out of 195 angler days, there was only 107 guys who caught limits. Like 7 on the last day.
So the minimum size length is certainly part of that, but they're just catching a lot more fish than was there 6 years ago.
Yeah, there were long intervals between fish catches at that time. I do remember
Smallmouth and
part.
largemouth were 16 inches and spotted bass were 12. And everything's 12 now.
Well, the rain continues here. That certainly has an effect on our cameras. We don't have quite an array of shots to choose from right now. I'll pull back the curtain a little bit on that, but with some luck, we might get some pictures back and hopefully show you some more good stuff from here. We'll keep you posted on everything that we hear as well, and reports that we get, photographers and ambassadors, etc. So we'll be right back to Lake Tenkiller after these messages. The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller. That's the story right now. Water and lots of it.
Oh, I think she's going to rise, Davey.
Yeah, I think that's an indication of things that happen before a lake starts to rise right there. There's Bob Downey. Are we going to be hearing about? No, I don't. I think Bob's not hearable at this time.
And that
I think the water's gotten to his microphone equipment.
Yeah, and that water's coming off of the hill, that color.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, this is getting some color in that water for sure. Immediate. I think I can kind of lead you through what Bob's saying. There's water coming down the hill, and it's headed that way, and he's pointing toward the lake.
Looks like Ronnie's chocolate milk from this morning. That color.
That's right.
Pretty muddy looking.
Mixed with Mountain Dew. It's just like your desk over there. You're part of the desk over there, which I try to stay away from.
You know, and it churns up all together at the same. That's what it looks like at the top, the upper reaches of Tenkiller right now.
Oh Lord.
It's got that greenish brown look.
Yeah.
Hey, somebody caught a nice fish. Wes Logan with a 2.9. He's up to 13.5 pounds on the day from 11th to 5th place. 6'11" back of our leader.
Here we have Jordan Lee. Yes, possibly no sound from Jordan either. But we'll find out.
I don't hear the rain.
Yeah, you mentioned Wes Logan. He, watching weigh-in yesterday, Jason Christie was asking all his Cherokee Nation friends to come to the front of his boat and do a sun dance, the opposite of a rain dance, a sun dance.
Oh.
Because he wanted the sun to come out. And Wes Logan asked for a rain dance, so I guess we know which one actually got their wish.
Yeah, I guess they.
I think Gussie was wanting the opposite of what Christie said as
The
well.
snow dance.
Yeah, they're
Canadian
like,
wants snow dance.
wait, I gotta counteract this. And
Kenny hooked up here.
Didn't think that was the right kind. Razor gills there.
Well, he almost averaged 3.5 pounds yesterday. Today, 2.25. He's got.
I'll give him that. We're gonna move.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. We got a. I think we got a stream where there wasn't a stream a few hours ago. That's such has been the rainfall here. It has been big volume. My goodness.
Exactly what a few of the anglers wanted and exactly what a few of the anglers do not want.
This is where Bob and cameraman Jared pulled up to get out of the water, and it looks like they've been run off from the bank there by half the mountain coming down.
it is not a registered stream flow on the Deep Dive app where they're at.
Where
so
they're at.
that is just straight off the side of the hill.
Yeah,
not even a dead end pocket deal.
Yeah, I didn't notice any kind of.
That'll be some consolation to Bob.
Hey, Bob, you weren't supposed to even know that existed.
That really didn't happen, Bob.
The only time I've ever seen water come off the hill like that was during the Elite Series event. That's what people will be saying. We try to tell you, if you ever need rain,
schedule
have
yourself.
the Elite Series event come to your town.
Problem with not enough fog in the south in the summertime? Get yourself an Elite Series event in the early spring or the winter, late winter.
Want the world to know about how good you have a fishery? You have an Elite Series. It all kind of works.
That Futurecast lied. It said it would be through here by now. About 1 o'clock, it was like piddling to just a little bit of green, maybe light rain.
Futurecast lie or live?
Yeah. Radar,
Lie.
the big scam.
Bob Downey actually was one of our former college anglers. I think he only maybe fished a semester in college right at the end of his time, but wanted to bring it into the Humminbird Screen of Knowledge to talk about the college series while we have some cameras down with weather and traveling and things like that. We've got the brand new Hook Bassmaster College All-American program. We've had the high school All-Americans in the past. Guys like Easton Fothergill ended up working out pretty darn good so far in their career. We're doing the same thing for college now, and we've got the watch list out. Next month, a month from basically today, is the college championship at Cherokee Lake. We'll also have the All-American list come out later this summer as well. But I wanted to highlight 2 other teams that you can maybe consider for that watch list. Recent champions Gage King, Banks Shaw from North Alabama. Banks originally from the Lake Chickamauga region. Absolutely smashed that event, winning with over 54 pounds, I think maybe almost 55 pounds for 2 days of competition. Early summer, when you expect the pressure to be on there, they absolutely excelled. I would expect with Banks, just like the Nutt brothers from North Alabama, this is also another great North Alabama team. And now we've got the points leaders for the Legends Trail. From Carson Newman University, you got Zachary Helton and Blake Wheat. Had a great start to their season at Okeechobee. They've carried it through all of the events, leading the Angler of the Year portion or the Team of the Year portion for their division. And remember, this year, it's all about the points race to make the college bracket. It's not about, winning or in second, third, fourth in the championship. It's all about the points race season. And so 2 teams that have not only shown performances great in a single event, but also through the whole season. These 2 teams, one to keep an eye on for sure. Pairing with the Anderson Joneses that we've already highlighted, the Nutt brothers, like I mentioned, Nick Dumke as well. There's a good list of college anglers. And honestly, guys, we're kind of getting to the point where there's 3 or 4 colleges that you could make the whole All-American list off of just based on their school, because we've got some dominant people. Bethel, Montevallo, North Alabama, Carson Newman this year. So many teams from specific schools are showing out.
Where is North Alabama?
It's Pickwick,
Yeah,
Florence.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's in, yeah.
I think if you prepared for like
Florence. area.
Florence, Alabama, yeah.
like
We got some fishing going on here. I'm encouraged by that. All right, which one gets bit first?
So Bob Downey breaks out the swim bait when the rain starts to get a little front coming through, and we've seen him catch, I think, probably his 2 biggest fish on this swim bait. So one a largemouth, one of them a smallmouth. So I'd have to bet on him right now with the weather like it is.
I'll go ahead and take Jordan then.
Yeah, yeah.
See.
Not a bad pick, two-time classic winner.
Two-time classic winner.
Yep.
Oh, see. Now Bob's going to hook up.
Another spot where some dirty water's running in there, where Bob's at right now.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Has to be a 3+ pounder now. Those
Oh,
don't
no.
count. Oh, he almost had him.
Oh, shoot. I think he's well over 3 too, Davey.
Yeah. Nah. Doesn't have to be over a 3-pounder. Just has to be over the gunnel.
Yeah, there we go. That's hard enough.
Oh, yeah, look at the water coming down the hill.
Yeah, like Niagara Falls back there up in the woods.
Might not be able to see the water in some places, and you can just hear it.
Oh, gosh, you know it sounds like a jet plane
yeah.
out there. That's, you know, like a turbine engine revving up out there. No doubt about that. It's a loud and noisy place. We just can't tell right now because our microphones are wet.
We'll be right back.
Back to Bassmaster Live and our coverage in the final hour here of our allotted time to bring you coverage of the 7th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller. If you're just picking up with us, this is day 2. We got the full field out there today. They have been going through a lot of water, both on the lake and from above. The last hour has been just pretty much a steady deluge on things. Kind of put a damper on a little bit of the fish catching there.
I see what you did there.
Yeah,
You see Wes Logan there climbed up to 3rd place. He just got a 3:14. He's over 15 pounds on the day, 30 pounds even.
How about that?
We know why he wanted the rain dance.
Yeah.
Moving up the leaderboard since we've had all this rain come in.
Trey McKinney. Happy for an opportunity to pull his hood down and breathe some oxygen for a while instead of water.
We're trying to get on a roll. I know we need a couple more big bites. I mean, we're due one. We haven't got a big bite yet today, so hopefully, maybe up here at the dam's a little different. I mean, I see one right now, but I don't know what it is. Let's see. Come on, come look at it. I don't even know what that is. But now we up here at the spot. I caught 2 here yesterday of the ones I weighed. But it's still, I mean, as you can see, there's 2 boats right there. It's pressured a lot, but right time, it don't matter. It's just got to be right time. Trying just to see these fish that nobody else has seen, and that is quite difficult. As small as the lake is, you got to do something different, but today it hasn't worked out that well. Don't get me wrong, we got a solid bag, but still got some work if we want to have a chance to win, I think. I know they're here, it's just if they bite. There's better size up here to me, on average. If I see 5 down the lake, none are good. It's probably 1 out of 15. Here it seems like 1 out of 10, 1 out of 5. And that's what I want. Better ratio, better odds. Let's see. Trying to draw some fish up that nobody can see. It's been working. Come on, where you guys at? It's just probably gonna get tougher and tougher every day. I would imagine. a ton of fish today, though. There's one. Uh-oh, that's a good one underneath it. Oh my gosh, man. Gosh, that was intense. I really thought I'd done it. I thought I fooled her. She literally quivered and everything. I thought it was over. Game day. She did not. Dang. Looks like a 2 or 3 pounder. Solid. Oh. Come on. Fine. It rains so hard.
Got a nice cull from Carl Jacobson. He's up to 8th place with 12.10. And I think Chris Johnson's camera's out. He just caught 2 2-pounders. He's in 9th place, 11 pounds on the day, so he's upgraded.
As average.
And with Jay Shakurat not catching a fish in 7:30, he's fallen to 28th place. Chris Johnson's 9th. You're talking a 20-point gain. He's 23 back of Shakurat right as of now. I mean, it could change.
Yeah, that's pretty significant.
It is, and honestly,
it's 42 before the event began.
It'd be great to see any of. I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter to me, but I'd like to see things tighten up a little bit before we go up.
Oh yeah, and make it a real duel down the stretch, you know, like that. For sure.
Well, how would you handicap that? And both of them are great northern fisher.
Well, that's the thing.
anglers.
That's what's so interesting is.
I mean,
if it's close.
Shakurat's region.
Yeah, Shakurat won St. Clair in the Opens most recently.
Yeah.
And Chris Johnson got second to Schmidt the last time we were at the Mississippi River. Like, it's just, oh, these guys are both good. Like,
Johnson doesn't have St. Lawrence.
That's why I hope they're within, 20,
15,
25.
20. Yeah.
Well, with 30 guys off Bass Track, they could be closer if they top Shakurat today.
Yeah.
It always just feels so weird that somebody has a 44-point lead and we feel like it's insurmountable because they haven't missed a cut. But we saw Brandon Cobb have a 40 or 50-point lead, finish 90th at the Sabine, and Kyle Welcher get 8th, and they flipped the AOI race on its head right there and went from down 50 to up 40 in one day of competition,
Yeah, and we've seen Ben Milliken make 80 points today.
Yeah.
So, no lead is safe, but I do like for it to be a little tighter.
And if there is any slip from either or both of them, Trey McKinney's going to be just hanging right there waiting too.
Yeah, he started this event 57 back of Shakurat, so that'll tighten up.
There's your dirty water staining the rock before it gets to the lake, Davey.
Is it staining the rock or is it cleaning the rock?
That rock may be that color naturally.
Yeah, I think it might be cleaning
What do
the
you mean?
rock.
It was three brown stripes on a gray rock? I mean, that looks like it's coming.
We're not
it's
talking
water.
about
you
your
know it's a
laundry
gray
now.
rock.
We're talking about
Putting minerals in the water.
Is that a gray rock or a brown rock?
Yeah, hard to say. Now that is some brown water coming on a rock,
Yes.
but I don't think it's making the rock any different color.
Pretty thin-skinned rocks if they're changing colors because a little dirty water goes over it.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Have they been able to hang out for 8 million years?
Yeah.
With all this rain, let's just say it stopped at weigh-in 2 hours, and it didn't rain from there on. The river portion up north where Jordan Lee's been, is that a midday tomorrow? It's finally acting normal, or is it a You know, within 12 hours, from 4 p.m. to 4 a.m., it's ready to go at takeoff when we get there?
I can't know.
Yeah, I can't give you an educated answer there.
We do have an active flood advisory for Cookson, Oklahoma, though.
Really?
Super surprise right there, huh?
The bite has definitely slowed down offshore and in the bushes, though, since we've gotten this rain. Yesterday, about this time, things were popping.
Yeah, it
again.
picked up significantly that last hour, didn't it? Well, we say this is the seventh stop of the year of the 9 events on the Bassmaster Elite Series for 2025. Our next stop's going to be several weeks from now. A couple of months, closer to a couple of months from now, as a matter of fact, at Lake St. Clair. Lake St. Clair there, in between Lake Huron and Lake Erie, the Detroit River, St. Clair River. Yeah. Last year it mostly played out the last time we were there. Right there in Anchor Bay and adjacent areas there. Will that be the case again this year? It'd be very, very interesting to see how things have changed and things have remained the same at St. Clair. Can't wait to get there. We're waiting for the weather to clear. I don't know if that's a live shot right here. It's a pretty shot, but the weather's a little bit worse than that, but it seems to, fingers crossed, be pulling out of here right now at the Lowrance Bassmaster at Lake Tenkiller. Things can get back to normal maybe for the last hour that our anglers have before check-in commences at 2:30 local time, 3:30 Eastern time. And shortly after that begins the weigh-in, very important weigh-in. Only 50 will survive it and live to fish, or at least be around to fish tomorrow.
I don't think Wes Logan minds. He's up in the area where it's raining. He just landed a 3-2, his fourth fish over 3 pounds today. He's at 16 even, and in third place, just 4-3 back of our lead.
Oh, getting juicier and juicier. I don't know if we can stand any more juice from above, though. That is for sure. Thank you, Such, for that update now, and we want to let you know about the kind of, if you're just joining us, it has been a wild week here. Lake Tenkiller's small, but man, there's a lot of bass that live in this place, and a lot of bass and a lot of catching means a lot of out of the ordinary things can happen during the course of a day of fishing this time of year. Here's Scott Canterbury, and there we go.
Whoa!
You put the ultimate whammy on Scott here. Hey, look, I'm right over here. Oh, made you look.
I hate to laugh, but I could watch that like 20 more times.
I could too. I love that stuff. Every year we get one incident of a fish jumping on the other side of the boat. First time we've ever had one jump in from the other side of the boat. Now this is something else right here.
Yeah. So, Hank Cherry hooks a big largemouth, still a largemouth, beside the boat, and then all of a sudden it's a smallmouth. to explain that. It was a 3.5, 4 pound possibly largemouth.
Friggin' believable.
That jumped twice, and evidently while it was under the boat, up close to the boat, a smallmouth took the bait out of its mouth.
And then we had Loberg lose a 4-pounder this morning. We think maybe he'll come back to it later. Chris Johnson comes in 2.5 hours later and catches the 4-pounder within 3 bushes of where he was. And we've seen 4-pounders on our fingers. We can count them.
Yes.
Yeah.
With 101
The
anglers
odds
out
that
there.
there's multiple 4-pounders within a 2-bush stretch, doubtful. So craziness
not really
ensues.
possible, no.
What's Trey gonna do here?
Goodness, it's fish are tough.
He has had 1 striper in the last hour and a half here, so.
Really surprising.
Yeah, that's the most the longest futility stretch I've ever seen from him since we've been following.
Maybe day 2 at the Classic this year.
He had a bad day too, that's right. Yeah. He sure did.
But those are the only 2 days we've had cameras with him that he went an hour or more without a bite. Ever.
Yeah, anywhere. Here we go.
Oh gosh, I don't know. Still a pretty good one though. Oh, got it. Not gonna help.
I think we may have jinxed old Bob Downey and Jordan Lee since we made the little friendly
Neither one of them
wager.
is hooked up. Yeah.
Who would catch one first?
Well, it was
We
just
might have to wait till tomorrow morning to settle this.
Yeah, I know. It was just perfect setup. I thought it was a pretty good, good deal. They looked like they were fishing side by side. They weren't, but.
How about a Brian New update? He was 55th after day 1. He just landed a 413. He's got 13.6 on the day, up to 15th place.
Wow.
40 spots. Just popped in.
He could be in our top 10. There we go. Bob Downey hooked up. There we go.
Don't lose him, Bob.
Oh, you win, Davey.
I don't know if that's going to help him. Did we say he had to go?
No,
I think you said 3-pounder, didn't you? Didn't you say 3-pounder?
He said over 3, and Davey said no, over the gunnels. That's all.
Okay, over the gunnel, then he wins. Clear cut.
I have figured out Bob's routine with his shoes. He has rain boots, I guess it is, or maybe sandals. I don't know what he's wearing, but those green tennis shoes only come out when the sun's shining, which say we're only out for about 30 minutes today.
And Jay Shakir has now been pushed down to 33rd on Bass Track. Could be more. A couple other guys came in. He is 20 points ahead of Chris Johnston since he moved up a couple. So we will see it tight, and more than likely, could change.
Let's see, catches a 413 like Brian New just did.
Well, congrats to Bob Downey for winning the Minnesota-Bama Challenge there. That's
formerly known as the
big tradition.
SEC Big Ten Challenge.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. there's some speculating going on right now about the upgrade, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I guess he has two that are within an ounce or so. Sometimes I know I trusted the scales within about an ounce or so, and then I'd balance beam them, especially in a tournament like this where an ounce could really mean
no kidding.
Several places. You can break a four-way tie with an ounce.
Andrew Loberg, speaking of ounces, his lead over Keith Combs is now down to ounces, a 12-ounce lead.
Well, we braved the storm and got out of it, so it looks like we're pretty clear, hopefully, till weigh-in. I got a 3 o'clock check-in, so got about an hour and a half to hopefully catch a big one. Like I said earlier, I got that one dead one I can't cull, unfortunately, but if I can catch another one close to 4, it'll definitely upgrade. We got a good sack of fish right now, which I'm stoked on, but looking to find some more fish and hopefully catch a big one. This lake, obviously, you keep saying it, just changing by the second. So if we could figure out a couple patterns or a couple new stretches of bank, something the next hour and a half to kind of lean on for tomorrow, that'd be pretty ideal, because all these stretches and banks and a lot of the shallow stuff's kind of getting beat up. But you know, the good thing about all these rainstorms is, you know, that water will fluctuate and kind of go up and down, and I think it's going to bring new fish in and kind of move some stuff around, which is good. So like in practice, everything was so stagnant and hot, and I think all this weather and just something a little different, cooling the water temp off, I think is going to help the shallow deal. So we are going to keep plugging away. We've got another hour and a half, hour and 10 minutes or so, hour 20, and hopefully catch a couple toads. That I should be out there, but it is good to, you know, take precaution in these storms, because there's a lot of bad accidents that happen with lightning and stuff. But you know, being in those, you know, storms and taking shelter is, you definitely think about what's going on and what the lake's doing and where you want to go next. So it's a good little intermission, because sometimes you can just get caught up in the moment of fishing and not really thinking straight. So it's good to kind of take a little bit of a breather and figure out really what's going on. But we've got a little time left. Hopefully we can figure a couple things out. Catch a couple nice ones.
I think this rain is definitely in his favor. He flipping bushes and and I think it's a key to his success. Where he's fishing, those bushes are just in the water a little bit. As these steeper banks, that water, they didn't have that rain that we've had today, and that water would have fallen another foot or so. It would have been a slower day for him tomorrow, in my opinion. But now I think he's good with enough water on the bushes.
Gosh, yeah, should be. You would think. Andrew Loberg with 17 pounds and 6 ounces. Hanging on to that lead now. The biggest total for the day, daily total, belongs to Keith Combs, 18 pounds and 4 ounces. Very impressive. Got himself up within ounces of Andrew Loberg, so that's a good contest at the top of the leaderboard there. Big story happens down around 50th place. Only the top 50 are going to make it through until semifinal Saturday. We'll find out about that at weigh-in time. Going into the last hour, Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Lowrance Elite event here. 7th stop of the year at Lake Tenkiller, Cookson, Oklahoma. A live coverage sponsored by TH Marine. And a special week up here, second time ever for the elites to come here to Tenkiller. Small lake, certainly the smallest we'll visit during the course of this season. One of the smallest, probably bottom 10 smallest lakes we've had in the last 10 years for the Bassmaster Elite Series. But no matter, it's full of fish, plenty of bass here. There's been plenty of fish catch.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is for sure. We've had plenty of rain, too, in the last hour and a half, couple hours. That seems to be finally maybe exiting this part of the world. We have seen a lot. A lot of bass catching means a lot of fun, a lot of things out of the ordinary, as we talked about in our last segment. Here's something that happened today. One of the first guys we went out to was our leader, Andrew Loberg, and he hooks up early with a good one.
Take a look at the bank and the marina in the background. You see those two trees right there? This is 7 a.m. A 4-pounder, which is very rare here on Lake Tenkiller right now. Only had a handful caught in 2 days. 2 hours and 20 minutes later, you notice those same two trees? Probably 10 feet down the bank, Chris Johnston. 9:23 a.m. Happens to land a 4-pounder.
Who just
and
happens.
look at the side of the jaw. Right? See that you can see
far side of the mouth. Yeah.
Far side of the mouth. See where
there
was a hook. Now, if all those happen to be coincidences, then so be it. But I'm saying that's the exact same fish Andrew Loberg lost this morning.
That is the same fish. We have not seen that. We know it happens. I mean, it's bound to happen more often than not. But yeah, and there's one more chapter to that story. Maybe we can get on that a little bit later. Well, we can just tell you what it was. We thought that maybe Andrew would go back tomorrow and check that play. He went back this afternoon, and of course did not catch a 4-pounder there because the 4-pounder was elsewhere.
All right.
Pat Schlopper's got his camera back up. That's good.
See if we can get lucky. 2-pounder, 2.5.
Anglers we have cameras with that have fished offshore day 1 and day 2 have had a more difficult time on day 2.
Mm-hmm.
Water has stopped falling like it did yesterday. Actually, it's probably rising right now. It hasn't really picked up for most anglers fishing the bank. I assume Wes Logan is doing that, and he's got a little something figured out. He's the only angler that's really made a big move since the heavy rains came in.
Downey's had a good day and a half, or almost 2 days here. Certainly improved his position in points as it stands right now. Of course, nothing's totally locked down till the tournament is complete, or your participation in the tournament is complete.
Yeah, as we look at that Angler of the Year race, and you think about the next classic that we're going to, being the Tennessee River, Knoxville, Tennessee, and you think about the only guy in our field who's won there, whether it's an elite or a classic, Jeff Gustafson, 79th in points after yesterday. And you got to get to about 41, maybe 2. 41 for sure now, because it's 40, but Easton Fothergill will double. 41. But upper 40s, and when I
see on Bass Track today, is he having a better day?
Girl's got 10 even.
Gussie.
Gustafson's got 24 for 2 days, which is going to be right there in that 45th to 60th range, you know.
Hot seat area,
depending on how it goes. So, and yesterday he was inside the cut in 31st. So he could lose 20 points today if he misses the cut. So it's just one of those things you can win the final event of the season at the Mississippi River to make the Classic. But if you don't win that and you're in his 70th territory, you got to have 2 top 10s and a top 15 or something.
Yeah.
So it's registration for the EQs.
You got to get 300.
But you got to win.
300 points in the next 2 events. next 3 events.
Well, let's take a look at a rendering of the 3+ pounders through yesterday and today. Here on Lake Tenkiller, 3-pounders are, that's the phrase that pays.
Yes,
3-pounders. Important thing to have out here. The more those you have, the higher you are, the more likely you are to pass on through to tomorrow. So that's the way they've been pretty evenly distributed up and down the lake.
And what's interesting is the place that there was really void of 3-pounders was the east side below takeoff. And that was where we've seen Bob Downey operating well the last few hours, like catching fit. Maybe that's the 2.5 to 215 territory.
Yeah.
Or everyone in that region is just going an ounce under 3 pounds. You know.
Yeah. Some places are off limits to 3-pounders.
Yesterday, I believe I counted 5 4-pounders. Today, there's 6, including Keith Combs, who's got in the 5 range. He posted a 5.0.
Remember, this is data with half the field. We have less bass drag entries today because the anglers who probably input them yesterday did it in sunny conditions or at least cloudy conditions. Today, with it being such a downpour, others have abstained from doing so.
I'm looking at that list right now who don't have bass track running. You got Greg Hackney who had 15 yesterday, Blake Capps, LaHue with 14.9. Cherry and Cody Huff, both with 14.7, are not on bass track at all. Same with Patrick Walters, right under them at 13 pounds, 15 ounces.
Be interesting to see if Blake Capps does catch him today. He's committed offshore.
He was, totally offshore yesterday.
People we've had cameras with that are committed offshore have had a slower day.
Yep. We'll have the top 10 with cameras tomorrow. So get a better sampling. We'll better idea of what's happening out there.
It's like Andrew's throwing a buzz bait now.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen Schlapper. Just change gears, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with him having a slow day.
You tend to get an affinity for a certain technique, especially when it treats you so well in recent stuff. You know, you want to make that bite happen or explore it.
And he stopped and talked with Bob Downey. No, he knows that Bob has caught him about it like he did yesterday. Here we go. Maybe he's gonna. Nope. Throwing a foot. Throwing a piece.
Now, if he can hit that buoy over there for the high spot, you know, maybe we could get a topwater bite.
So here, in my opinion, are pros and cons. So this is a con with the live sonar. You keep seeing those fish, you keep going back to them and going back to them. You caught them yesterday, the average size, and you can tell some of them are nice. But you can see today, all these pictures are earlier today, they're £1.25, £1.50, every once in a while, 2-pounder. But you can't resist going back to them. You see that buoy in the distance there. He's spent a lot of his day on one place.
I'm seeing them, I'm catching them. I'm doing that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Where sometimes, even though you can see him, you need to see earlier today, see that buoy, he's back there right now, trying to make those better fish bite, and it's just not happening so far. Same size.
It's going to be really, really interesting at the cut line today. From 36th to 66th, 30 spots was a 2-pound range. 1 pound above the cut line, 1 pound below the cut line was 30 spots. And just feels like today there's going to be a huge flip-flop. There's going to be guys who just, I needed 11.5 pounds. Measly 11. I caught 14 yesterday. I needed 11.5 pounds.
Yep.
Nope.
They catch 8.
I got it.
9.
Yep, 9.
Yeah. 9.
And what was a top 25 in waiting is a 65th.
But for every flip, there's a flop. When you're dealing with 100 positions and 100 guys.
That's right. Somebody gets to go up when you go down.
Yep. See that buoy right there is the reason I'm so confident in this. I mean, he has spent a lot of his day trying to get these better fish on this spot to bite, which I'm guessing is where he caught them yesterday. It's not happening.
We can move around a little bit more before he heads to the weigh-in. Stands right now. Again, 2:30 is when the check-in time is Central Time, 3:30 Eastern. And begin shortly after that. Bassmaster.com. We'll be back with more. We've got more fishing on the way. The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Kind of down near the end of our allotted time. Bassmaster Live coverage of day number 2. That's the way the unofficial leaderboard looks as it stands right now, very close at the top. Andrew Loberg and Keith Combs. Wes Logan not that far back, a few pounds, and that's significant on this body of water. Bob Downey, Trey McKinney, Greg Palma, Jordan Lee, Chris Johnson, and Jacobson, and Ben Milliken. Huge move from down in the 90s all the way up into 10th place today. You got to call that one of the big stories of this day. And one more trip back into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon with Davey, Ronnie, and guys. We got sitting at 50th place now. Mark Menendez with 20 pounds. We got 40 anglers that we don't know about. I think we're going to be close to what we call 24. We talked about 12 for day one. So
yeah, we're
12
spot
a day.
on day one, Davey, with the weight you
right
said.
on the money.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case. Yeah, you mentioned it, Ronnie, and you kind of see that at all these real close tournaments where you have a lot of fish. Everyone caught a limit yesterday, all 101 anglers. Today, I'll be surprised if we don't see the same thing. You're going to see some flip-flopping up and down the leaderboard. I guess the thing that surprises me most, though, is the big gap between second and third place that we've developed. About a 4-pound difference there. Wes Logan moving up and closing that gap a little bit, but gosh, I never saw it coming where we would see our top 2 anglers separate themselves like they have.
Yeah, you would expect that would be the separation for the entire top 10
yes.
right there. Yeah, that is surprising right there.
Yeah, I think that the guys who caught him yesterday have proven that they can do this multiple days and are extending it. Bob Downey, Andrew Loberg, you're seeing those guys. Now, like Keith Combs, I'm putting him in that category because he was tied for 6th, 15-15. He might not be on camera today, but he had the weight worthy of being on camera. And so when you have 4 or 5 guys that just aren't letting up, we're going to start to see maybe a 3 or 4 horse race on the final day, which is what we want. Sure. But man, normally when you come to a tight event like this, you expect 8 to 10 to honestly have a shot on that final day.
Well, it's going to be very interesting. And Andrew Loberg being a rookie, I mean, this could be could possibly be our 3rd rookie win of the year. Is he ready to bring this thing home?
Man, I have thought so highly of Andrew. I mean, I picked him as one of my Rookie of the Year favorites, even with Easton Fothergill and everyone else's track records. I just see his versatility in college when I covered him, his West Coast knowledge, now his East Coast knowledge, his ability to fish so many different bodies of water. He reminds me of a young Cody Meyer, and that's a huge comparison there. They both fish the opens against each other. I wouldn't be surprised if Loberg does stay steady Eddie all the way through it.
Certainly the rain today is in his favor with what he's been doing the last 2 days. The water was getting real skinny this morning about 10 o'clock, but we've had a lot of rain since then. Bushes in the water will not be an issue for him tomorrow.
Yeah. Very interested to see what Keith Combs is doing. To get a feel for how frequently he's catching them, what the big heavy parts of the day are for him and everything, because he's really hasn't been that high that long in most of our tournaments this year.
Wes Logan too. I'm real curious to see what he's doing, because and Keith has been solid. Really, if you look at it, he's been solid since yesterday morning. He's been in our top 10, most of the time in our top 5. But Wes Logan has made his surge as his water level has
this afternoon.
It's going up. Yes.
Yeah.
And yesterday at weigh-in, he said, "I want rain. I want the water to come up." So
see what that's about. We'll get to see.
I hate to say this, Jay Shakir with 23-13 is in danger of missing the top 50.
Ooh.
If there were enough guys, he could catch a nice fish and climb up a little bit. If he were to miss that, our AOY race would be a little bit more wide open.
I would say that'd be kind of a bombshell thing in that race.
Yeah, because the year that he's had, if he makes that top 50, let's say he's 49th or 50th, I would bet he's going to gain some points. But if he doesn't make it, he's not going to have that opportunity.
Yeah. And we'll look back in the Angler of the Year race. If he was to miss the cut today, that 4-pounder from Chris Johnston that had been hooked by Andrew Loberg earlier, that will be maybe this is one of Chris's worst days of competition this year, but one of his most important catches of the season as well, because it would be the one that kept him in the cut when the guy he's chasing missed the cut.
We talked about it when Chris called that fish. That one fish could determine Angler of the Year. Yeah. And it was so unusual that we are almost sure that it was the same fish that
it sounds outlandish, but
Loberg
it really does all add up to that being the same fish.
And no one's allowed to tell us that it's not, because we got a lot of evidence that goes to the conspiracy that it is.
But if you think about it, a 4-pounder here is like you name it at fork, 7 or 8-pounder. There's wherever you're at, but it's all relative. But a fish that is a changer, a big time changer, whether it's a 8-pounder at fork or a 4-pounder here, decides Angler of the Year many times.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really, it can come down to one fish like that. Loberg's hooked up.
Stop that. That was a cool bite. Right on the point. Uh-huh.
If Chris would win or finish second, or Jay would win or finish second, though, that footage from that fish being lost by Loberg and caught by Chris Johnson would have to be showed on the Night of Champions.
Oh yeah, absolutely. you could start it with some stock footage of an eagle taking a trout away from an
osprey.
An osprey. Yeah.
Well, and that would be the possible 40-point difference he needed to make up coming in. If Shakira finishes in the 50s and he finishes in the top 10, it's only made possible by, certain key catches. And we still can't count out Trey McKinney. It's like we get the same 4 dudes at the top of the leaderboard, even though the schedule is totally different this year. Like it's.
Yeah, I haven't been here yet. It looks good though.
Interesting.
McKinney doesn't slip at St. John's the first event. He's leading the AOY.
Oh, he's
at 89.
Yeah.
Everybody else, they've made their cuts every event.
He gets his usual 2nd or 3rd place. He's
Yeah.
The good thing about up here, I don't think it's gotten as much pressure as where we were earlier this morning. Seems like those banks have gotten a lot of pressure. I'd rather stay up here.
And yet, also have to think, let's say Jay Secure wins AOY, breaks the youngest AOY in the elites. Do you think it'll take Trey McKinney 6 years to win one?
Yeah. I don't think it does take him that long to do it. Weigh-in starts. Bassmaster.com right here. 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. A little more than 30 minutes away. That's check-in time for the first flight as well. Some of the anglers will fish on. Some of them on almost at 4 o'clock Eastern Time.
Good stuff today.
Yeah, very good stuff. I mean, great performances. Really enjoyed hanging out with Bob Downey and Andrew Loberg.
Hey, most important part of the day is coming up, though. Fix those cameras from the rain today, so we have them for tomorrow.
Open them up, let them dry out.
Put them in
those
rice.
microphones in the microwave or whatever you need to do to get
Bag
them
of
dry.
rice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And let's hope for maybe not quite so much rain tomorrow. That would be a good thing too.
Yes, it would. There's
Things straightened out, get ready for a big day on Championship Sunday. We got a long way to go. Lots of issues to settle before we get. That was a deluge. That was a deluge out there. What a shot.
Loberg caught a big bag today, but left a lot of meat on the bone, too.
You did?
It was definitely a day you look back and say, had a great day. People aren't going to complain about that when you look at the paperwork. Could have been 20 pounds.
Could have been. Could have been. That's a good point. Coverage tomorrow. Different deal tomorrow. We'll start at 8 a.m. just like we have the past 2 days. We start at 8 a.m. on FS1. And some other coverage on Bassmaster.com for sure. And we'll take our midday break and come back with the final 3 hours on the Fox Network tomorrow. So mark that down. Big day. Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Lowrance Elite on Lake Tenkiller.